Hello. Hi friends, welcome. Oh, I'm doing stuff. I'm finishing the bracelet. We'll see. Yeah. I thought I had it finished last night. I thought I did. And I had it off the loom, and here's what we're working with today. So, this is our domino bracelet. There are a bunch on here. I haven't counted them. I decided to go with a snap closure, actually. And I had woven the snap onto the working end of my bracelet, and then I had woven the other side of the snap right here. So it's like a hidden closure kind of thing. But when I went to try it on, it was half an inch too short. So, and even if it fit me exactly, it wouldn't fit most people. Like, I have a decent average-ish sized wrist, so I'm going for like another 1.5 inches, maybe 2 inches total. That way there's some wiggle room on me, and it might fit somebody. This is a very specific person who might end up with this. I made it for me. I made it for fun. So I'll wear it for stupid. Thank you, Desky, for the resub. Oh my gosh. You surprised me. I didn't know. 34 months. Does that mean it's like 2 months away from like 3 years of affiliate? That's bizarre. Hey, Kelly. I know. Sorry I wasn't here last night, guys. I was not in stream mood. I was in. I want to work on the dominoes mood because I have too much to think about, and you both know what that stuff was. So we're not gonna talk about it on stream. Here we go. This is domino bracelet. So many, black, white, and red. I'm gonna do a hidden snap closure. So I have one half here. That's staying. And I had the other half on here, but when I went to like try it on, it was half an inch too short. So I need to make more dominoes. But I'm gonna instead of going super small, I'm gonna go medium to average sized wrist, I guess. This thing would be so hard to not just constantly play with while wearing it. Well, that's the entire point of the whole thing, isn't it? So I think I've done pretty well. When I had it off the loom last night, it was just like the best textures and everything going on, because it's this project. Remember, it's like the cover project of contemporary loom beading. But I didn't want to do the button and loop closure, and I had planned for it initially. But then my brain was like, I am too lazy for that. What's easier? And it was snap. And it's just the right width for the snaps that I have. And that's way more fun anyway. So that's what I'm going with. But I gotta make more dominoes. And not only do I have to make more dominoes, I can't make the ones I charted because I wove the snap onto the working end. So I have to chart backwards, which is gonna be this. Where's my PC view? Other one. Wrong section. That one. So I can't make these dominoes down here that I have charted because I have blocked myself off. So I have to chart backwards from the start in the reverse order. So I'm doing these 3 today for now as a start. I want to make, it's going to take between 9 and 12, so I'm just going to make all 12. I'm going to weave them on as I go still in sets of 3. So I'm going to make 9, weave all of those on, and decide if I need the other 3. So we'll see. I'll have to take the bracelet off and test fit it again. But yeah. Ugh. Hello, lovely. I've missed your streams. Thank you, Gamer Mama. I've still been consistent on Tuesdays. I was supposed to glow stream last night, but it didn't happen because I was not in the right mood. But I'm better today. So Desky, you could always use extras if you have to as earrings. Just slap an earwire on it. Beat you to it, woman. Desky's like my accountability for earrings person. Gamer Mama, 12 months. Holy moly, a whole dang year. I didn't even hear that alert go off. I just saw Scooby in the corner there. Where is my kazoo? Thank you so much for the resub. I'm the official stream earring advocate. Yes. So when I thought I was done and I had enough dominoes, my math at the time was like, okay, well, I just need to make one more. But like, since I have the loom anyway, why not make 2 more and have earrings? So that's what happened with these last night. That's where I thought I was. I thought I was at the right length and I had space for 2 more. So of course I made earrings. Ta-da! Who is it this time? QT! Thank you for the sub! 15 months, 10 month streak. You guys started a hype train. What the heck? What the heck? No. Hype trains don't exist in this chat. That's not real. QT, I blame you. I blame you. Thank you, QT, for the 3 sub. Dasky. Thank you for the 200 biddies. We'll gladly take blame. Thank you, guys. Worst kazoo. Worst kazoo. Ugh, I need to get you guys all the like rainbow colorful emotes uploaded. I just have not messed with stream improvements in a minute. And I'm also very scared to touch my camera because the swing arm, it doesn't like the weight of the camera. It just goes bloop. QT! More biddies! Thank you for the 100 bits. Saren raid! My gosh, I haven't even started yet, guys. Saren, welcome in. You came into a hype train. QT is our conductor today. Desky, welcome raiders. We have a hype train, exactly. Thank you, Saren, for the raid. Liz, hello. How are you doing? Oh my gosh. Thank you. Wait. Like, I can't choo-choo on a kazoo. Thank you, Desky, for the 100 bits. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna cry, guys. I did not expect. I never expect. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Nobody expects the hype train. We break Pearl. Yes. Oh, Pearl has mini break. Pearl brain is a mess. I had to clean my desk before I started streaming today because Pearl brain is mess. I'm drinking. It's actually a dirty chai. I had the rest of my chai concentrate and I poured it in my coffee. Duh. Pearl brain is mess brain. This last weekend was a blur. It was cold and windy on Saturday. It shouldn't have been. And then yesterday was just a false start to the week. Lots of figuring out next steps as far as job wants and needs and life wants and needs, and I think I figured a little bit out. Gives VP brain hug. Oh my gosh, do I need a brain hug so bad. Queen home size biddies. Biddies. I wish we had a song and I'd play it for you, but I don't think we actually have a song. Liz, Saren had to go feed the animals, but she says hi. Hello. And hello, Liz. Thank you for the link earlier. I wrote your wedding date down on my calendar so that I could look at the whiteboard and be like, oh yeah, I gotta be somewhere today. But I didn't pay attention to the day of the week. Was it a Friday? QT, more biddies! Everybody, thank you. It is a Friday. I thought so. I just wrote on the date so I wouldn't forget, because I was in the moment of, if I don't write this down, I will forget it. And I mean, like, write it down in the kitchen to where, like, Ixo can see it too and be like, hey, I think you have a thing you have to do today. Yes, ma'am. All the wedding hype. Excite. Oh, I couldn't imagine doing a destination wedding. I don't know how your brain is, like, not melted by now. Ugh. All the smooth sailing for you. That's my hope. That's my hope. Oh my god, Desky! What the heck? Desky has gifted subs to Ihetor, Crafty Dynamite, Airy March, Megan of All Trades, and Kohaku Moon. Congratulations, guys. If you're lurking, continue your lurking. Thank you for all the gift subs. We have really good wedding coordinators. I bet you do. Don't break the pearl. No. I'm gonna hide in the coffee and then I'm just gonna get more anxious or hyped up. One of the two. Coffee does either. We love VPN. I love you too, Queen Home Slice. And you know this. And I would totally spend a week on your couch if I could, because I just want to sit and watch TV with you. Just want to curl up on the couch. Megan of All Trades. Oh, I came back from taking out cat poop to a gift sub. Thank you so much. Dumpster fire. Yes, yes. My words yesterday, in just a lot of what I was doing off stream, was like, throw Texas in the dumpster. Just throw it in the dumpster. So, like, just throw all the negative everything in the dumpster. Forget couch. We have a whole spare queen bed, baby. Come on up. A whole queen. What? It's just a whole spare room. Oh, is it because do you host your sister and niece? Is it niece a lot? Brain, I know this. My brain cannot keep information straight when there is a hype train. It can't even bead when there is a hype train. 4, 5. I can't count when there is a hype train. Thank you for the lurk, Stella. Appreciate you. Hope you enjoy your afternoon. That this is a cozy place for you. I'm trying to make it a cozy place for me. I'm gonna try to make 12 dominoes today, guys. That's ambition if I've ever seen it. Oh my gosh. But Megan of All Trades, how are you doing? How is the moat today? Cutie Mousy, how are you doing today? What is everybody working on? If you're working on something, if you're at work, how is life? How long does it normally take you to make... When I'm not streaming, about 10-15 minutes, you know. But then I have to, like, weave in all the ends, and then I have to burn any loose ends, and then I have to weave it onto the bracelet, and then, like, I still have to do more bracelet math, and, like, so on a snap. So, like, I'm not gonna make all 12 during stream, but, like, I want to make all 12 before I go to bed. And bed can be as late as 3 a.m. because I have, like, forgotten what a midnight alarm is at this point. Just at work for cutie. Elf. You can count and stream? Well, you guys have been watching me bead for, what, 3.5 years almost? So, yes, I can count and stream. I do make more mistakes on stream than off, but I can count. Beading is nothing but counting. Let's see if I can get this actually more in view. Camera, please. Don't fall down. Stay. I need swing arm recommendations for a DSLR because this was built for a webcam. It was not expensive, but I can't tighten anymore and it won't hold the weight of the camera. So, yeah. Home size. No, I mean, Josh and I both had queen beds and frames when we married. Fair enough. Yes, I do have a niece, but I haven't seen them since October because, oh, geez. You can fill me in on the long story later if you need to talk about it. I am here to listen. You know this. Ooh, QT has 30 minutes left to work. All right. But I was 30 minutes, wait, should be leaving now, but was late, so you're making, okay, gotcha. Liz currently working, sharing some sale info for the shop and trying to get my new headphones charged, test them out, excitement. I need earplugs, like concert earplugs, but where I can listen to conversation. And I have some saved that I want to try out. Ooh, yeah. Headphones, yeah. I'm on the lookout for one for DSLR 2. I tried one advertised for one, but didn't quite do the job. Gotcha. Received a level 2 hype train emote. Share your choo-choos, guys. This looks like a... It says hype hands. I can't tell what it is, though. Undetermined animal thing. It looks like it like high fives another one, but we didn't get the other one, so... Dang. I don't know if any arms that aren't built out of wood that would hold the weight over time. You know, that's fair. It's not a huge issue right now, but it's leaning towards wearing out, so I'm just thinking about it some. Also didn't really fit my table because the bottom of my table is not flush for most mounts. Oh, yeah. You know, a tripod could work because, you know, I want to try to just film random stuff and, like, learn how to video edit it and try to do just like practice studio vlogs or something, but like I would need an actual tripod and I don't have one yet because I was focused on the camera at the time. Apple AirPod Max. Ooh, debating them for 3 months and just decided just pull the trigger. If you want it, if you've been thinking about it that long, you need it. It's a sloth, I think. That was my first instinct, but like again, it's hard to tell. It's the other half of the hype hands. I see you have the hypey hands. That's cute. Get one custom made out of good wood. Ooh, that's a good idea. Yeah, I need to clean so I can fit a tripod next to my table. Like, I would have to rearrange parts of my table, but it might be the best option going forward because then I could use the tripod for all sorts of other stuff. And I wouldn't have to, like... I could just pick up camera and tripod and all and go take it and do whatever, like, photo shoots or whatever I need to do because... product photography, I have to sit here and I have to unscrew it off the swing arm mount and then I have to change out for, well, I'd have to change out for the actual battery instead of the dummy battery anyway, but like, yeah, I don't know. There'd be like one less step. I don't know. I don't know things. Might end up having hubby 3D print me something. Ooh. Pricey. Oh, yeah. But if they're pricey and it's like a massive upgrade for something in your life and you really want it, that's a thing to get. Emotes there. Otters. Okay. See, we weren't sure. I see that now. It's hard to see when they're small and there's like a lot of other stuff going on than just the high five, you know, or just the animal either. Where am I? Here I am. Yay. 2 rows down. If you guys are wondering what I'm actually looming on, this is a Clover mini loom. It has some little tabs here on the back. You're supposed to like pull your warps through the work in opposite directions, and yeah, it's a mess. I intentionally make my warps long because I love weaving them in. These ones were made for this. Yes, they're squirrels. But they look like squirrels, you know? Elf, yeah, especially the popcorn one. Goes along with all the spill the tea. Yes. Popcorn. Just, I love popcorn moments. It's so cute. I don't think I've seen the popcorn squirrel before, though, but it's perfection. Okay, this is I'm doing a, I'm doing this one. A double blank domino. a double blank white domino. I'm working upwards in numbers now, whereas before I was working downwards in numbers. That'd be great for earring projects. You think. You say earrings. But yeah, the little loom is good for earrings, for like singular pendants, for very, very small stuff. And you can do it horizontal like I'm doing here, or you can do it vertical if it's like one big vertical thing. I really like it. It's nice and handy. I hold it like this. I don't hold it like I always loom bottom to top. That's just my preference. You can loom top to bottom, and I've seen people do that. I think Raven looms top to bottom. But when I'm holding this guy, I hold it vertically, but I still weave in the same direction. If that makes any sense. So this is just mostly just solid bits of color. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There they are. I go top to bottom too. You go top to bottom? I don't. I go bottom to top. And I don't know. I think handedness plays a part in it sometimes, but that's not always the case. Like, there are right-handed people like me who go top to bottom, but I've just always bottom to top. Like, I'm the kind of beater who will always work away from myself instead of towards myself. You know, like when you're cutting stuff. Oh my gosh, get in there. A little bit harder on this guy to get the warps between the beads sometimes, but it's fine. Go. Let's zoom in. And that little bit there at the end, I'll just burn it off later with my lighter. Besky, this little baby loom is tempting to try some stuff. I say go for it. Like, there's a couple different ways you can use it. I'm using it. I'm going to the opposite peg on the back. You should be going here is technically what you're supposed to do. So you can pull your warps down and up and down and up and not have to weave them in, but I don't like the loops on the edges of the beadwork when you do that. So I do it long so I have room to weave in. But yeah, you can do lots of little fun stuff. QT, I mean, in tradition weaving, things are worked away from you. Yeah, like rugs and stuff, you pull the heddle towards you and your work progresses from here to here, you know, so that makes sense. But I'm talking about fiber weaves, yeah. I don't know. It's been so long since I started beading that I don't recall if there was ever anybody that said you must do it this way or this way. I don't know. Like, this is literally the loom that I started on. Like, I still have it, and I still use it, and it holds my domino bracelet, all stupid looking. I just hope that doesn't do any long-lasting damage. So I didn't, like, roll the rollers back as far as I could, just because I don't want any weird damage happening over here. I don't think there will be, but, like, just in case. But it's suspended kind of weird. Gives me some space here to work with. A little bit more space here to roll back if I need to roll back and work on something else. So I'm going to fill up this space, making between 9 and 12 dominoes left for this project. If I only need 9, which I hope I only need 9, then I'll use the last 3 to make a necklace, and it'll be a necklace done in this style. Where's it at? So it would be a necklace kind of like this, but with dominoes, and it'd only be 3, maybe, who knows. See, and there's the earrings, just like what I did with the dominoes, except I didn't use the loops. I used the French wire on the end. So, yeah. Loomed earrings are totally a thing. Just different. I bought this book, by the way. Like, I had checked it out through ILL, and I didn't want to give it back, and that's the second time I've checked it out that way, so, like, I'm gonna buy the thing. And Ixa found an affordable listing for me, which was so sweet. I don't think there's a difference on what way you weave in beading. No, it's mostly preference. Most of beading is preference as far as thread direction goes. Thread path, like, a lot of it is preference, and a lot of it is right or left-handedness. So, I'm right-handed. I just hold things the way I hold things, and it's not until I'm, like, actively teaching something that I'm like, wait, sometimes other right-handed people do things the opposite direction. So, you got to keep that in mind, too. But I also switch my direction preference, too, sometimes based on the project and, like, maneuvering my needle correctly to put more beads on correctly for what the project is. But yeah. Cutting away from yourself, said Prince earlier. QT, as long as you're comfortable and it's not posing safety issues for you, it doesn't really matter unless you're limited by your tools. True. What book? Oh, I go top to bottom on alphabet bracelets too. I've used my bead loom for small fiber weaves. Ooh, I'm gonna use this one. That's why I want to finish the Domino so I can put the glow bracelet on here. I want it for the other big project, and I don't want to have to put it on the inventory loom. This is Contemporary Loom Beading. Ooh, by Sharon Bateman. New look at a traditional stitch. This book was came out in 2009. I'm making the cover project, as you can tell, except dominoes instead of pattern thing. Yeah, the instructions for this project are just kind of very minimal. So you had to have read like the entirety of the technique section, which the technique section is the reason that I own this book. I'm not lying, because there's a lot of good knowledge in here for doing weird stuff with loom work, which is my whole life motto. Weird stuff with loom work. You know, and she uses, you know, junky beads because it's just practice stuff. But like this, like I haven't tried this yet, and I would really absolutely love to, like an over-the-head split loom necklace where you weave in the ends into each other. That would be super cool. Or like you do this, but with like a double-sided bracelet is actually like my current thought. You know, weave both sides of the bracelet, cross weave the ends into each other, and then sew up the edges. That'd be super cool. This is my favorite book. Very cool. I recently picked up used copies of Seed Bead Stitching based on Positively Crafty's recommendation. Ooh, is that... I think I know which one that is. Is that the one with Jean Power? Like where she authored it? Because that would have been super handy like at the beginning of like my beading journey. But not currently. Like Ixo found one by Carol Cipher, which is very thorough and illustrates a lot of techniques very well. But it's also like very late 2000s dated style of beadwork that is just not my style. Not at all. But there's a couple good nuggets in there that I will use. And it may end up being a book that I like do a giveaway for or something. I don't know. Sweet. But yeah. I love learning from books, but that's me, and that's like how I learned how to bead was from books, you know. I've also always loved reading books, so that's super helpful. And this was also in the time before YouTube existed that I was learning how to bead, so online resources were very, very few and far between. And depended very highly on if an artist was had enough technological know-how to build their own website or to hire somebody to do it for them. Beth Stone. Oh, Beth Stone's book. Yes, I know which one that is. I really love Beth's work. I love her use of color. Like, she just has such earthy color palettes, like in her typical work. I haven't looked at that particular book of hers often enough to remember what other color palette she uses. But like in her, like on her blog, I really loved her blog for a while there. Just like her color palettes are great. Her work is very much more freeform than mine has been lately, but freeform was super awesome for me in high school. Yeah. Prince, well, before YouTube, you were lucky if you got lucky in the life. Hey. I lived in a small town in Tennessee at the time, and there were at least three whole beading books. And, you know, it wasn't Sharon Bateman, it was Ann Benson, you know, so I had Ann Benson right from the start. I actually have one of them. Let me show you. I had Ann Benson right from the start, and I was lucky enough to find like one of her other books at Hobby Lobby. So like I had 2 Ann Benson books at the get-go. And I think 2 out of like the handful of beading books I have are Ann Benson. Yeah. So I didn't own the bead point book until I met you guys, but I have her bead point book, which is how I learned, you know, how to make the Phoenix and how I learned how to do the scissor case, because it's beaded needle points, you know, stuff like that. But this one, Bead Weaving, New Techniques and Original Ideas by Ann Benson, this is so nostalgic for me, like more than any other beading book. Well, almost more than any other beading book. Like her other, the teal covered one, whatever that one's called. All beading book titles just run together in my head, so like if I don't know the name of a title, like don't blame me. They're all the same in my head. But this one, this is like embroidery, and there's some square stitching, and like this is something I wouldn't have made when I was younger, but it's absolutely something I would do now. Like the techniques in this, you know, like a fishy with sequins. Like I wouldn't have done him when I was a kid, but I'd totally do him now. QT, although funnily enough, the Gene Power series came up in my recommendations after my purchase. Well, those books are both very similar to each other. They're very comprehensive technique books. And not every comprehensive technique book is going to have every single thing, but they're going to have the majority of the most used stitches. The one Ixo got me the other day has both the African polygon and the African helix stitches, which I haven't seen in a book in so long. I only ever seen those in like Valerie Hector's book. I really recommend her. Yeah. Cool. Old school. I love my old school book. Don't mock it. Look how holiday crafty this is. It's so cute. But like Ann Benson is like one of my beading heroes, and she has such a teacher voice. If you listen to any of her YouTube stuff, like she has, yeah, it's a beaded ball. I don't even know how that's made. Square stitch? Yeah, square stitch. Like these diagrams. Look at the diagrams. They're great. Would I recommend Gene Power's books? Which ones are you asking about? Are you asking about the overall technique book? The overall technique book. If you have Beth Stone's book, I don't think you need Gene Power's book too. Just unless you want to have lots of books and lots of like examples of stuff. You can add it to your wish list. If you're talking about the geometric beadwork books, I already own them. And absolutely. Because she goes over like shapes and stuff. Yes. I'm not mocking, I'm drooling. I love books. Yes. Alright, we'll get out everything I have, I guess. Let me go to the other room. One sec. Okay. Books! That was a cloud of dust from my chair. Those are magazines. Okay. No, it's tracing paper. Okay. So I have the 2 Ann Benson books that I showed you. Whew. So much stuff. Throw them on the ground. I have the Contemporary Loom Beading by Sharon Bateman that I showed you. And if, like, I still have a book, it means I really love it. Like, if I have it physically, it means I really love it. I do have several books digitally that I don't need to own physically. Both ones that I used to own as a kid and ones that I didn't, so. Oh, the geometric book, too. We'll show those last. Cool, yeah. I'm looking to explore more shapes with seed beading. Right, list. This is Mastering Beadwork. This is the one Ixo found me that I was just talking about. It is a comprehensive stitch book. You know, this is the cleanest looking thing in here. She's very, very much of the iris bead category of beader. It goes beaded beads, you know, peyote stitch, herringbone, square. These are off loom, so there's no loom stitching in here, which I like the loom book I have anyway. Dutch Spiral, which I haven't seen in a minute. Netting, netted ropes, netted bags, netted necklaces, little stars and snowflake stuff. Up my alley there. Who's the author? This is Carol Huber Cipher, which is a name I know, but I can't like bring any like actual projects to mind. I've seen her name a lot though. I think she was a regular contributor for a lot of stuff. You know, and technique books don't give you an idea of the artist's style, except in like mostly color palette choices. And a lot of times they're using beads they wouldn't normally choose for like their own personal work. Does that make sense? They're using practice beads. Practice beads for them, but still from their stash or something. What was this? This was like all modified right angle weaves. Square stitches. Carol. She did her own name. Daisy chain. So like I would use the daisy chain section in this because I always need a reference for daisy chains because I always forget how to do them. And this also had like how to connect 2 sets of daisy chains together, like row by row. I'm like, I haven't seen that before. So there's a whole herringbone section and a whole brick stitch section later on. And a whole African helix and polygon section. Like, the African stitches, which you don't see a whole lot of. Super cool. So I've seen these stitches in this book, and I've seen it in Valerie Hector's History of Beadwork book. VP, she brings good crafts to life. Thank you, Blue Feather. How are you doing today? Yeah, this is a bit of everything. So this is an everything book. And then I think there was like, what was at the end here? Oh, yeah, even the South African scallop. And I use scallop stitch a lot on my washers and stuff. And that was also in Valerie Hector's book. So like, you know, I think this book or Valerie Hector's book would be good. There was a bezel in here that I had never seen done before. There was like a 2-bead peyote stitch start bezel, which I'm like, that's cool. Fran's been making daisy chains since the early 90s. Yeah, I always forget the thread path, so I need help. Because it wasn't one of the first things I did. Loom work was the first thing I did, so I didn't find daisy chains for a long time. Here's a cute thing nobody else will probably have. This is bead and pearl jewelry. It's mostly macrame and crochet work. This was actually owned by my great-grandmother, my mom's grandmother, I think. So it's like old vintage style pearl jewelry. It is very worn out. I haven't really made anything of this. It's just like a family heirloom, really. I did try to learn from it, but I didn't get very far. It's just cute. It's not big. It's just like a little pamphlet. Hey, cute. So, that's been in my family a lot. A long time. Not anything that she ever made with it, but like I've had this forever. Is a me on the cover. It's a mousey on the cover. I have one of those. Prince. Nice. Kind of similar to Raw. Actually, Carol Cypher had a comment. Because she did Raw first and then she did Daisy Chain. And she's like, I think Daisy Chain was invented by somebody who just wanted to be lazy about right angle weave. And I actually feel that way more about Hubble Stitch. I think Melanie De Miguel, sorry, I get them mixed up, was like, I'm tired of right angle weave going all these directions. I just want to do this. And that's what Hubble Stitch came from. The other pearl book with the vintage cluster ring. I don't know that one. I only know the one with the mousies on it. Alright, this book. I have tabbed a lot of this. This is a book that I will never get rid of. This is a Beater's Color Palette by Margie Deeb. And, yeah, it's a color theory book for beaters, which is fantastic. And it has, you know, these little color palettes, and then it has examples of beads in these color palettes worked together, you know. And it has projects, but like this color palette, you know. And it gives you an example here, and if you zoom in, it gives you the Delica numbers if you're wanting to be very specific about following it and looking up the Delica numbers. And that also helps you, if you do have those colors on hand, to see it in person, because even with something nice and gorgeous in print, it's still different in person. Color theory for beaters, yes. This is absolutely color theory for beaters. There's another one out there. I don't remember what it's called, but it wasn't as good, so I didn't hold on to it. You know, and it's, you know, the Middle East and like Tuscan stuff and like Japanese inspired stuff. And so it's not only color theory, but it's like color theory of cultures around the world represented in beads. So it's like just this all in one book. And like this Joan Babcock's piece, like I know who this is. I have actually recreated this in beads just for my own enjoyment. I think I might still have my color theory book from college, but that was for design school. Right. And like this is for beads, and like these palettes take into account the finish of the beads that they're recommending. So if it's opaque versus, you know, matte versus shiny, you know, and how that interplays and changes the beads, you know. So like there was a lot of work put into this, you know. And it's part gallery book, part project book, part history, part color theory, part everything. Like blue and orange is the best combo. I come to this page a lot, actually. I have a digital color theory book. That's cool. But yeah, this one's for beaters specifically, which is something that needed to happen. And like, yes, please. Yes, please. Beaters color palette. Yeah, where did I get this? Bought it in 2019. Thrift books. Okay, yeah. I bought it off of thrift books, apparently. But I'd owned it once before. I've done a lot of destashing before. You know when you rebuy a book that you'll love it. It's like my business logo, which is purple and orange. Alright, and of course I have these, and number 3 and accompanying materials are apparently due to be printed in like August. I don't know. We'll see if it's true this time. I've had my pre-order in for 2 years at this point, so I don't know. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting because I want the books, because I'm never giving these up. They are impossible to find. They were limited edition print runs. Where did I even buy them? I don't even remember. I bought them online. I think I bought them from the website. But yeah, this is the contemporary geometric beadwork stuff. You are able to purchase the digital downloads of these on their site if you want access to all the weird shaped geometric stuff going on. These are mostly gallery books. There's not too much project-y going on in these. But there's concepts, there's some project bits, and it, you know, says this was made with this type of, you know, experimental whatever, you know. It's mostly a gallery book. If you've read any contemporary geometric beadwork posts or blogs, or looked at any of their materials, or tried to follow kaleidocycle instructions, like, it takes a lot of rereading to comprehend. Just these are mathematicians, you know, doing beadwork. So a lot of these people are associated with MIT and you know, a lot of the higher maths, and it's super cool and super great, but harder to its accessibility is hard if you're just beginning beading. So what I recommend instead is, yes, I answer QT's question by saying get Jean Powers books. Geometric Beadwork, Volume 1 and Volume 2. You can get them off of her website, last I saw. But yeah. I love complementary color combos. Blue and orange. It's my favorite, man. I like green and orange. Ooh, like triad, but like without the purple. Yeah, I think the 3rd volume is due soon. It's been due soon for like 5 or 6 years. Don't count on it. I just let her take her time with her project. Apparently she's gonna just step away from the whole thing after all of this. I highly doubt that. I don't know that she will step away, but I think she's not printing anything else after. She's been working on this for like over a decade of her life, so I think last I checked they might have had a few physical copies left due to the 3rd volume coming out, but don't no. Yeah, if you can find a copy, hold on for dear life. But you can still probably find copies of Jean Powers, which are very project-based, which go through, because these books were going to be part of those books. That's how these books came to happen. So she'll go through basic shapes with you and how to make them double-sided shapes. And, you know, if you've never made stars before. Fun fact, I actually learned how to make stars from Jean Power herself. This is like my one claim to beading fame. I have 2, actually. I have Jeanette Cook as well. But I've taken workshops from both Jeanette Cook and Jean Power. And both times learned geometric beadwork. So, yeah, I learned how to make a beaded star from her. I also learned that I was terrible at following instructions and couldn't get my stripes to line up the way that they were in her instructions. So I ended up with a completely different pattern than what was actually presented, but I was still able to finish in class. The only reason I was able to see Jean Power in person was because I did study abroad in London in 2010, and she lives in London, or she did at the time. Don't quote me if she does still. And the only 2 days during my whole 1 month trip there was the first day I was there, and then the second to last day I was there, and it happened to be on the day of my class final. And I convinced my instructor, hey, this is one of my all-time heroes. Can I go take her class? And he let me skip the final and do it later. But yeah, if you've never learned how to make stars, you can make stars. You can learn how to make stars from this book. I learned how to make stars from her. And yeah, and all sorts of weird, funky shapes. So QT, I think this would be right up your alley. I would recommend you get these books from her. And it's all peyote stitch for the most part, you know. Peyote is the king of stitches. You know, how to hinge shapes together, how to... I really like this. This is super simple, but it's just triangles with colors connecting the sides. You know, it's cute. I think it's cute and simple. I really, really love this, and it's colorful, like candy. But yeah, I would recommend this. You can make flowers, and that's the first book. The second book, you know, obviously expands on stuff, and so you make fancier flowers, or what is this even? This is a weird cross type thing. She shows you how to increase in places, basically, is what it is. You're doing your square thing, but you're increasing, so you're not making a star, you're making a weird star. Does that make sense? But yeah, how to make bezel flowers and, you know, include shaped beads into your peyote stars. These are all just warped squares, you know, but like this is more of that same one that I said I thought was cute. There's a power puff ring in here, so it's like a triangle shaped ring that also turns into like a ring band, which I've made that and it's cool. These little weird cosmic pyramid pod type things. Like there's a lot of this I have not made. And how to include Tilas into your shaped triangle things. Like it's super cool. I've been turning triangles into candy corn. I have made so many candy corn. I made them flat. I haven't made them like puffy though, but you can make them puffy. And here's just stuff. I would recommend Gene Power for you, honestly. And here's a necklace that you can have all sorts of changeability because this bit comes off. So I actually got to see one of these that she had made, not this project, but something similar, where she had just made it to where you could take beads on and off as you needed to, which is super cool. You know, and ways to lay out your triangles to make whatever you want. And yeah. So, starting with a triangle and expanding from there, or starting with the pentagon, or, you know, stuff. Yeah. I think I'm perfectly fine staying in seed bead territory, so I don't have to really stock up on other bead types. Yeah. Like, honestly, you can do so much with seed beads without even adding anything else into the mix. Like, if all you own is what you own already, you still have so many possibilities. Like, the materials you bought for the mushroom house, those can already last you months to years, depending on how much you bought, you know? So long as you still have thread, you're still in good working order. Been wanting to do bead spikes. Oh, like the winged thingies? Or like with a base and it's a spike. Because you can do both. Like there's so much geometric stuff that I have not explored that I want to. Like I've freeform teaching myself how to make a box. But you can get Julia Pretel's book. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah. 5, 6, 7. While I'm thinking of that. Yeah. See, I told you. Probably not even going to make a whole domino this stream. Hoopla! Hoopla. Hoopla. Yo. Digital. I don't know what the other hoopla was. Okay. This is my library. Okay. Pretl. Alright, QT, this one's more for you. But this is Hoopla Digital, which is digital library stuff. So check with your library, see if your library card will get you signed up. But you can find beading books on Hoopla as well. So, or comic books if you really want. But Julia S. Pretel, Pretl, if you want to try out her instructions. Yeah, this is boxes. That's her specialty, is beaded boxes. So I'm not familiar with this particular book. It looks like there's other stuff, beaded collars, knitted bags, and boxes, but boxes are her specialty, and so that's the geometric form work, kind of like the mushroom, that I think you'd enjoy. So, yeah, and you wouldn't need too many other specialty beads unless it were for, like, you know, this shows, like, the handle for the lid and for the feet, you know, look like different types of beads. But yeah. So she's published a variety of beaded box books. But this one's free if you have Hoopla. So that's what I would recommend as well. I don't know. What else is on here for beading? I don't know. I don't come to Hoopla often, and I really should. So, stuff. Not a whole lot. But there's stuff. some historical things, some like weird novels with beads, some super basic stuff, and I avoid all this because I don't like stringing, so I just move past it, you know. But some of it will have wire weaving if you guys like wire weaving, you know. Some of these are going to be history. This one's paper beads specifically, you know. That'd be cool. Here's a loom weaving book, which I've seen the cover of this forever and ever, but I've never actually like seen a copy of the book. Hey, give me. So yeah, I have no clue what this book looks like on the inside, but loom patterns I think is mostly what it is. Hi, paper beads. Have to check Hoopla. Does sound familiar. Yeah, just check with your library, see if you have access. Oh, tatting with beads. What the heck? Mine. I'm borrowing it. See if I remember to actually look at it. But yeah, Marilee Rockley. Never heard of her. But it's bead tatting. Because I want to learn tatting with beads. I don't want to learn tatting on its own. But I have tatting needles. So, you know, that'd be cool. Take a look at that. Oh, here it is. Little beaded boxes. That's the one I was thinking. Come on. Load. This is what I was thinking for QT. It's box specific. That's all the book is. But yeah, so there's all sorts of fun stuff in those. You know, utilize your library, especially if you don't want to invest in something right away. And then when you decide that, you know, I don't want to check this book out for a third time from some library in Indiana. Actually, it was like Grapevine. So it was closer to me, but like, and then I think I'll buy this book instead of checking it out again. Does anybody have that, you know, like you check your book out for 3 weeks and then the week of it being due, you're like, oh no, I got to get to this. And then you're like, oh man, I love this book. And now I have to renew it. And then you renew it a time or two and you're like, I should just buy this. Does anybody else like that? Yup. Got a coffee container full of paper beads needing dipped. Ooh, you make so many paper beads. Popped up on my suggested too. Yep. I think I need to renew my library card. Yes, always. Go to your library. Like, I can't guarantee that your library is going to have lots of resources. My library just recently got rid of the Tamari book I was looking at. As I was interested in Tamari, they discontinued it. Oh, maybe that's what I can look at here. Tamari. Why didn't I think of this? Encanto is not Tamari. What the heck? Hoopla, fail. Tamari's a hard one, you know, but I want to find resources. Prints after a certain amount of times, it's just easier on your sanity to buy it. Yes. Yeah, which is what I do. If I check this book out so many times that I don't ever want to take it back to the library because that's where it lives, then it needs to live in my house and I'll take it back to the library, but then I'll find a friend that can live with me. That's how I am with library books. I'm not that way about fiction because I don't reread stuff, but like as far as art material, like art resource goes, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, we're good. As far as art resource goes, yeah, I absolutely will buy it if I'm tired of checking it out. Or I'll buy stuff, you know, in a bookstore that I'm in a city that I don't live in and like I'm never gonna see this again in person. I'll buy stuff like that too. I did ILL the Albion Stitch book by Heather Kingsley Heath. And I don't know if it's like the stitch itself or if it's just her work, you know, and she's the inventor of the stitch. But like I didn't find a lot in there I really wanted to make. Just sad. Because it came from like Missouri or something. But the Hubble Stitch book by Melanie De Miguel, I have checked that one out from my local library so many times. I really like it. I really like Hubble Stitch and I don't utilize it enough. haven't memorized the thread path yet, though, so that's kind of part of it, is it doesn't occur to me, but, like, I really like when I do make projects with it. Bezeling was kind of a pain in the butt, though. Hello, Cincinnati. Welcome. QT, yeah, we just haven't been due to COVID. Totally fair. Digital books are a thing, though. What was I just saying? Hubble? Hubble. Hubble bubble and, like, toil and trouble. Like, Hoopla, you're not helping. Curses. So, like, when you're looking for very specific things, Hoopla's not very helpful, but when you're looking for general things, Hoopla's kind of helpful. Oh, does it have, like, Zaka embroidery? I'm getting distracted. Heck yeah. But not the one I want. Curses! Zaka style, but not like the Zaka chain stitch motif embroidery book one that I'm thinking of. Ugh, Prince. Should try that stitch. Hubble is one I haven't done yet. I really like it when it's flat and circular. I don't like it so much as an in the round rope or a bezel. The bezel's okay. The in the round rope was not fun for me personally. The bezel was okay, but it was time consuming and I was cursing at it because I hate rivolis. But I don't like bezeling things with Hubble, but I think it's great as like a fabric type stitch or as an in the round doily type stitch. So like flowing bracelets and like circular earrings, great. I really love those. And it's really fun to watch people like pick up the blue forest winter forest bracelet and just feel it because it's just a great fabricy texture. Ooh, lost track of time. Gotta head out and pick up kiddo. Have a great rest of the stream. Bye, QT. I hope the recommendations help. I would recommend Jean Powers books, absolutely. You would get practice with a variety of shapes, and then Julia Pretzel, I don't know how to pronounce her name. Maybe it's a Nawat word? Last name? Yeah, her beaded boxes. Check out the beaded box lady. Or Katie Dean. Katie Dean is great. She has beaded boxes forever. And they're adorable and cute in like the mushroom house kind of style. So like Katie Dean I think would be right up your alley. I like raw bezel. Yes! Right on weave is my go-to. I can't peyote stitch a bezel. I just don't like doing it. I stopped doing it once I learned about right angle weave bezels. Like, that changed my world and I will never go back and it doesn't look that much different. Just from a glance, you know? And you can do more embellishment with it. So, like, it's a win-win-win-win all the way around for right angle weave. Peyote stitch is not my friend. When it comes to bezels, I just can't do it. They did. I'm glad. Enjoy your evening. I think I need to get up and pee. I have had so much coffee, guys, that I'm going to actually go on a break here. Raw is great for embellishments. It's so good. It's so good. And you can do Montees in it. So you can do right angle weave and Montees together, and it's fabulous. I need to pee, though. I need a break. So I will be right back. I will run an ad break. I'm going to go stretch, and I will see you in a little bit. I can't hold it any longer. See you in a bit. Okay, I return. I'm back. Yee. Look, I have flowers. They're hyacinths. Ixo's mom gave them to me. I can smell them. Like I went to the clinic on Thursday. Yeah, Thursday of last week. Just because my general allergies have gotten so bad that, you know, I was like, should I see an ENT? Should I go to a doctor? You know, like, ENT was expensive for their, like, consultation for first-time patients. And I'm like, crap. Because it's ENT and allergy. And I'm like, I think I'm just going to go to the clinic, see what they say. Maybe it's not a sinus infection, maybe it's just allergies, and sure enough, you know. So I got a couple prescriptions, you know. Got a refill on Flonase, like generic brands of like Flonase, and she gave me a prescription for, you know, like decongestant strength Claritin. I can smell things now. I've always had a bad sense of smell, so maybe it's always been allergies. I don't know, but like I can walk past those flowers and I can smell them. I can go into the garage on the way to the laundry, which I probably should have changed on my break just now, and I can smell the candle that's sitting on my desk out there, you know, like on my bench. Like I can smell candles that aren't lit from 4 feet away. Like that's amazing. Small things in life. Right? It's amazing. While I was at the clinic, I did ask the doctor, since she was the one I saw for walk-in care the day I had like that weird rash back a couple Christmases ago. She's the one that said that she got like shingles 3 years in a row and she finally got vaccinated. I asked her, hey, can you write me a script so I can, you know, have the shingles vaccine, because I'm very HSV prone. And she was like, yeah, sure. Like they don't do it in the clinic anymore, so I had to go like to the pharmacy that I generally use. And it was an expensive vaccine, but it got in this arm and it felt like, you know, similar to COVID symptoms, you know, like arm was just not happy for a couple days there. And I was just sleepy and achy all the time, but it also coincided with my period. So it was just a knock you out kind of vaccine. And apparently the second dose is worse. So shingles is a 2-dose vaccine. You have to take them 2 to 6 months apart. So I'm going to go back, because it's April now? So between June and October, I'll just go back to the pharmacy and be like, hey, can I have the second half of my vaccine? And that should last me anywhere from like 5 to 8 years, probably a decade maybe. You know, I think getting the shingles vaccine once a decade is good peace of mind for somebody like me who has acquired every other form of herpes ever, and like this is the life-threatening, painful one, and I just don't need that with the rest of the world being stressed out right now. And I had a shingles scare last year, and Ixo's already had it a couple years back. Like, yeah, we don't need to be dealing with that on top of everything else. Is Bead Lady. Hello, Ministry. Welcome. How are you doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if anybody wants to know how much a shingles vaccine first dose costs out of pocket when you're under the age of 50, it is $226. Ugh. Just so you know. Just blah blah. Hello, you're talking during the day. Well, did you miss me on Glowstream last night? Is that why you're here in the daylight? I'm good. How was your beads? They're coming along slow. I'm trying to finish my Domino bracelet today. That's this dude. It's going to be a snap closure. And it's, when I test fit it on last night, it was just like this giant collar of stupid beads. It was great. The newer 2-dose shingles vaccine, the doc told me I shouldn't need a booster later. Ooh, really? May I ask your age, Bob, actually? I know I'm 17 years too young to get the vaccine, and like the lady who was administering it was like asking all these sorts of questions, you know, because she can get in trouble. She can get written up for administering it without like a doctor's script, right? So like I'm like, no, I assure you, I do not have lupus. At least not that I've ever been told. I think I would know. My immune system is fantastic, generally speaking, but except for herpes. So, like, with the Shingrix vaccine, which is what I had, you don't need boosters later in life. Is that true? Because I know they make it with the dead virus instead of the living virus now. The zoster vaccine? No, herpes zoster. What was the old one called? I don't remember what the old one was called. So it's conflicting information, you know, but I'd rather have peace of mind for a few years and then figure it out down the road. And just not have to worry about it. You know, especially with like an increase in like pandemic and like political stresses just in life, and just like existential crisis of millennials in their 30s learning how to, you know, set boundaries for themselves and like fight for their worth. You know, I don't need the external stress of like shingles, you know, ever present, lingering on the horizon. You know, I'll deal with that in my 40s. Like, no thanks. I'm good. Pass for a decade. That's worth the cost for me personally. But like, I've always been susceptible to all the herpes viruses, so it's my body's favorite form of expression. Ooh, are we having a hard time? Would you like to be covered in red rashes all the time? Would you like to have blisters forever? Let's do that. Kindergarten too stressful? You get herpes. You're learning how to walk? You get herpes. Did somebody say a mean word to you? Fever blister. You know? Is the semester over? Fever blister. Ooh, is this coffee shop job just stressing you out? Pityriasis rosea. You know, I've had them all, guys. It's bad. I don't even have names for some of the ones that I've had. Never had mono, though, so that's something. Yeah, finished the first one. Back! Welcome back. Welcome back, Prince. Yeah, I know I'm too early, too young, but you know, risk is risk regardless of age. So I am preventing what can be prevented while I had the doctor who would be willing to prescribe it at my disposal. So it's not something I was planning on doing, but yeah. So when I say my weekend was a blur, that's part of why. It's just like, I know I went to the market, but like, it was just mostly, my arm hurts. My everything is sore right now. I think I just want to nap. I have napped a lot in the last several days. Where is my... There we are. Regina! Nope. Nom 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 nom. Alright. Now we get to make a... I think it's a red one. It's a one blank. Is that right? One blank, yeah. I don't remember if I had chickenpox or not, so it was worth getting the shots just to hopefully prevent shingles. Well... Okay, yeah. I just hope you didn't get the shingles shot, you know. Well, either way, you know, you could still contract. Yeah, no, I understand. Sam, I gotta lurk here in a minute. Love you. Alright, enjoy. I will probably be live while you're on lunch later. Maybe. Probably. You don't want... No, I don't. And the way my body reacts to... HSV in general, I don't want it, you know, and I caught it early last time, and that's good enough for me, and that's enough. Got tetanus shot. Ugh. Tetanus shot does not hurt as much as the shingles, at least for me. Tetanus shot did not hurt as much as the COVID shots did. So, but yeah, it still stings a little, but like, you're always told that the tetanus shot is the one that's all achy and ouch. I personally disagree. I think the others are worse. I just didn't expect the shingles to be a knock you out kind of vaccine. I don't know what I was thinking, but like I didn't expect it to. I was wrong. And the second one's worse apparently, so I'll have that to deal with in a few months. Bob, I'm definitely older than the 40 years old. It says almost everyone older than 40 in the US has a 99% chance of having had chickenpox. True. I got chickenpox as a kid from a child who had shingles. He was like 6. He was like a 6-year-old, which apparently his family is even more prone to the virus than like mine is, because his mom had shingles and she was like in her 20s or 30s. I don't remember how old his mom was, but like I had gotten chickenpox from a kid who was about 6 years old who had shingles, and this was at like a 4th of July gathering of families. So I got chickenpox and I gave it to at least one of my siblings, maybe 2 of my siblings. And I'm still half convinced that my mom said, "Hey, go play on the trampoline," you know. I think she was like, "Hey, go play with that kid over there." I've never actually like had her legitimately confirm it or not, but I have a feeling that she did. Mine is achy and ouch. Oh, I'm sorry. It didn't even tense up, but it's pretty sore. I hope it gets better soon. Bob, the shots made my arm hurt a bit, and I was even more wore out than normal, but didn't have any big issues. Yeah, that's how I was this weekend. Like, I was just extra tired, but like I also had period on top of that, so it was hard to distinguish the two. So, yeah. I didn't like feel sick at all, which is good, because you know it can make you nauseous and it can, you know, make you feel icky like a cold or something would. But nope, none of that. Just, oh my gosh, I can't stay awake. I can't focus. Ugh. Paid respects. Fair. But yeah, so I'm not looking forward to the next one. If it's gonna, you know, knock me out, at least I know ahead of time. Mostly I'm not looking forward to having to pay out of pocket again, but I will cover it when the time comes. Like I said, it's worth it for the peace of mind for the next however often, you know, however long, to not have to worry about it for a few years and then like do the research and see if, you know, if boosters are necessary down the road. So yeah, there's that. And I think I'm a couple months away from needing a COVID booster. Maybe. Thankfully, still have not got it. Hurrah. And there were, as of Friday, only 14 active cases where I live, which is very, very low. Thankfully. But I see that going up after this Easter weekend, of course. It'll go up slightly, it'll stay steady for a while, and then it'll jump really high during the bike race. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here by that point, but you know, life may not agree with me. Bob, my wife got a second COVID booster shot. Didn't feel so bad until the next morning. She felt like I do when my blood sugar drops. Oh, only she didn't say anything. Ended up sitting on the floor in the kitchen eating a breakfast bar and waited until she felt a little better. Oh goodness. Oh no. Prince pulled 40 grams of gold silver lined from that spill mix. Ooh, fancy. Look at you. I don't know why you sorted the bead soup. Like, I've never been that kind of person, but like, you do you, hun. If it makes you happy. I have parts of that bead stash that I acquired to still sort into the rest of my stash. And it's just kind of been sitting over there. And then the Toho's, the Mill Hill stuff has been sitting over here, and I haven't gotten around to it yet. But my domino bracelet here is going to be my weave a domino, do a small task. Weave a domino, do a small task alternation thing that I do sometimes when I'm like, just need to do something short in between, you know. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can I count? Yes, okay. They're different golds, but the gold is staying beads. Fair enough. Prints. Silver lines got mixed with color lined. So? that's me? So? Like, I will intentionally, like, mix things further together into further bead soups so I can clear up storage space so I can put something that I want on its own to stay in storage space if I run out of space. But yeah. Like, I know people like doing it, so, like, whatever. 4, 5. I love playing with my beads, but I don't love sorting soup. I like rearranging accent beads into different containers as my needs change and like how I search for beads changes. Like I finally have like a whole box dedicated to gemstone beads now, or what appear to be gemstones, you know. They're not labeled the type of stone they are. I'm not hunting that far for information. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because I don't look for that kind of information until I'm like having to list it for sale. Like even at the farmer's market the other day, somebody pointed to one of my wire wrap bracelets like this and said, "Oh, where are the gemstones in it?" I'm like, I don't remember. I don't remember. You know, so she didn't get it because I, you know, wasn't knowledgeable, which is stupid. But you know, I should be knowledgeable. It's also stupid that she didn't get it, you know, even if she liked it, but, you know, maybe she just generally curious. Need them separated for projects. I believe you. I need to finish this piece. Well, actually, it was finished, but then I realized that it had stressed out here, so I need to redo this section before I make it for sale again. So that's on my desk. Do a quick show and tell of the other stuff that I've recently made. Last week I did the dragonflies. This is the set that's paid for. This is the size I was aiming for, but I got the little guys done. And there's some pink ones, which those colors didn't turn out quite the way I wanted next to each other, but they're okay. Bob, I can't sort most beads if they get mixed up. Well, I could try, but many of the colors would still be mixed up when I finished. No, colorblind, no. Are you red-green? Are you blue-yellow? Are you some other form? I think we've talked about this before. Hey, yo, Elisa, how you doing? Hello, hello. But you know, sorting beads, being colorblind could end up with some really interesting color combinations too, though, to other people. Like, I'm always fascinated by it. Like, I think we've had this whole conversation before, yes. And then I finished my parts of my salad bracelet collection. So, like, I finished the ants on the picnic blanket. Call it red-green, but it's more colors than just those. Right. You know, they call it red-green to make sense to people who aren't colorblind. But, yeah. It's, what was it? I was talking with Ixo's dad. We were talking about candy because it was Easter and how my dad liked circus peanuts. And then Ixo's dad was like, oh, the yellow ones. And I'm like, yes, because he is, you know, red-green colorblind, but he can't see the red in the orange. So to him, it looks yellow. I like the plaid. Yes, the gingham kind of look to it. Prince, I'm used to the sorting because there were only bead mixes when I was starting out. So, okay, that makes sense. I'm not separating the color line into separate colors. I love the ads. Anna Blakey, yes. And then we have our Covert Sexy Bracelet. This is a commission for Queen Home Slice. So this will be mailed out to her at some point soonish. But yeah, peaches and eggplants, which was a suggestion on stream, and then she's like, please make that for me. And so I'm like, okay, we got this. Prince. My father also loves circus peanuts. And my dad bought candy that my mom wouldn't eat. That was his trick, except the kids ate everything. So this is the tiny ranch bottle. I haven't made the big ranch bottle yet. I only did half the collection because that's what was on the loom and I just finished it off one day. So there's that. This is the tomato vine. It didn't come out very well. It was a nice thought, but it's just kind of doesn't instantly pop recognizable. Like, if you try hard and if you know what it is, then yeah, it's fine. But yeah, so this one's gonna sit a while. It's not gonna sell super fast. It doesn't register fast enough. But that's a tomato vine. To hide candy from kids, stash in an empty veggie bag and freezer. We didn't own a freezer. We didn't own a fridge. You can't do that. We had a room that was cold and we had some water pan for things that needed to stay refrigerated. And during the summer, we got mostly non-refrigeratables, mostly shelf-stable stuff. And during the winter, we stored refrigeratable things in the cold room. This is my diamondy thing. I think that's it. Yeah. So not a whole lot. Lisa, my dad bought candy my mom wouldn't eat. It's honestly brilliant. My poor Brad. I eat all his food except when he gets nasty vanilla strawberry stuff. Super cute for artwork. Not super cute in my mouth. Vanilla strawberry. OMG. That's brilliant. But yeah. So here is part of that salad collection that I was designing on stream a few weeks ago. I burnt myself out on bracelets for a little bit there, so I had stopped. I need to weave the other half of the collection for sure next time I get out the big loom. Or next time I have a loom commission as well. I hate vanilla. I despise black cherry. I hate black cherry with a fiery passion. I'm not a huge fan of most grape flavored things. I like it much better than black cherry, but I don't prefer it. And what's the other one? Hazelnut. I don't like hazelnut flavored things, especially in coffee. Like, Nutella is fine because the chocolate is there to mostly like complement and accent it. But hazelnut on its own is a no thank you. Not happening. Or almond either. Ugh. Bob, when I eat sugar, I want to buy a certain candy or snack and ask my wife if she's going to eat any of it. If she said yes, I bought twice as much. So there would be some for me when I want. True. That's what Ixo does. He will buy extra of like whatever he knows I really like. So there's some for him. He made sad faces at me for eating all his Easter candy. I feel bad. But I really wanted the candy and there was nobody guarding it. And like, if we ever buy like any sort of sodas, like he'll drink through the whole thing before I even like have 1 or 2 servings even. So like, it's just like gone. So like, we do it to each other. There are things he will just go through before I even have a chance to like remember it exists, and there are things I go through before he's like, wait, it hadn't even been 24 hours. Come on. On occasion, like I will keep one of the like the Mio flavored water things for like water in here. If I'm in I really want something other than water flavor kick, so which I don't. And I don't like most of the Mios anyway. But when there's one in the cabinet that I do like and it's almost empty, I'll just bring it in here. just mysteriously vanish it. He doesn't come in here often, so like, you know, he'd see it and he'd take it if he wanted it, but like, gives me a slightly better chance. Slightly better chance to, you know, have some when I'm in the mood to have some. Bob, I can't use most of the flavorings like Mia. They use sucralose. I can't stand the taste of it. Yeah. I don't like most of them. I do like the, there's a limeade one, like from, is it Walmart? I don't remember. But yeah, there's a limeade one that's okay. And if I'm really desperate, like the orange and strawberry ones are okay, but you know, he goes through those because he likes them, and he doesn't like the powdered ones, so it's the liquid ones that we get. Yeah. Sucralose is definitely a hit or miss kind of thing for a lot of people. Prince, I'm a sucker for old-fashioned candy. Root beer barrels, Boston beans, lemon drops, clove candies. I remember the root beer barrels. Those are great. Not so much Boston beans for me. Like, Boston beans is like that same whatever coating that's on like the red peanut brittle. Like, I don't enjoy that. Regular peanut brittle, fine, but like the red stuff peanut brittle, no, thank you. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Bob, I get a powder. It's from a company called True Citrus. It's just powdered fruit, comes in lemon, lime, and grapefruit. Oh, that sounds amazing. That sounds really good. I would go for that. Because sometimes you just want something flavored water, but you don't really want anything other than just like citrus. You know, I'll put lemon juice in my water a lot too when it's just like just water, no thanks. Just tap I also like black licorice. I like it well enough. I'm not gonna like pick it first. I will pick fruity flavored things over black licorice, but I don't shy away from it. Again, you know, my dad loved licorice because my mom wouldn't eat it, so and I was like, there's candy at all in the house, let me have it. So like, I grew up eating licorice a lot. Bob, they make other flavors of stuff but use sweeteners, and gotcha. You just use the non-sweetened ones. Grapefruit flavored water sounds pretty good, actually. Like unsweetened grapefruit flavored water? I'd drink that. Okay. So like, this project is really the only thing I want to finish this week. It's a huge thing. I'm hoping by the end of like late today or midday tomorrow to have it done. And if there's any time left over this week, then I would like to make more insects, butterflies, dragonflies, ladybugs, bumblebees specifically, because people are really bee lovers when they're bee lovers. My farmer's market is also doing like a third Thursday happy hour type of thing where they're open late in the evening on Thursdays. Like the third Thursday of the month. And like, I'm eligible for a free booth because I, you know, showed up to all the weekends last month. Because I show up to all of them every single week. I'm there. So like, if I'm eligible for a free booth, I might as well take advantage, right? Like, but like, I also have a therapy session, so I'd have to like end therapy immediately, put my butt in the driver's seat of my car, go downtown and set up, and then be set up for 3 hours and then come home. So it'd be a busy day. Good thing it's telehealth. So Prince, I put sliced lemon in my water and let it sit overnight. Ooh, fancy. Bob, before I was diabetic, I almost never drank anything sweetened, so I don't miss it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Prince is bee lover. So does that mean the next bumblebee earrings I make on stream, you're going to dibs them before I can even take them out to sell? Because you wouldn't believe the number of earrings like Desky has dibs on stream. Or after stream when I've gotten like nice glamour shots of them. It's like, ooh, this is what it's like in the actual daylight. Here's a really nice picture. I want it now. I didn't even get to like display those earrings with its necklace properly before she claimed them. The last ones I'm thinking of. Get you a free booth. Yeah. It's just very last minute, so like my brain is like, that's another Thursday, Saturday week. Oh my gosh, it's a lot of setting stuff up and breaking stuff down. It's not the setting up it's not the being at the event that's the hard part. It's the putting things out and the taking things back and making it fit back into the box nice and neatly so you can put it out again the next time. It's just that my car would stay packed for the whole last end of the week. Desky, I love that you buy earrings. I'm not criticizing. Look, I try to at least wait. Oh, please call them if you want them. I am not upset, but it always cracks me up. Because you are the earring advocate. Make the matching earrings. Well, this project, I have made the matching earrings before it's even done. So, I am impressed with myself. I love all insects except parasites and roaches. Yeah, I don't like roaches. I don't like black widows. And I don't like brown recluse. Wasps and mosquitoes are annoying as well. But yeah, here are the earrings that match the bracelet. I want this done so bad. Bracelet looks dumb. These are all dominoes though. And they all go in dot order as well. So, you know, there's a lot more work to it than just domino. It's like do it in dot order and string them in dot order and yeah. Ugh. We're going. Bob, my son and daughter-in-law like bees. So when I made a baby blanket for their baby they had in March, I used a Tunisian crochet honeycomb stitch. Ooh, that sounds fun and fancy, both. Lisa, hey people, claiming earrings is a great problem to have. Yes. Yes, it is. Especially when they're invoiced right away. It's mostly that, like, I rarely make things twice. It takes me a lot of effort to make things again. That's mostly where it is. It's like, I don't know about anybody else, but, like, I like to have something for, like, just a little bit of time before it goes out the door. So, like, when I was making the elephant brooch, for example, I loved it so much, and I don't feel like I had enough time to love it before I had to hand it off. That rarely happens with commissions, but it happens with, you know, a lot of my work, you know. It's just like, I almost have this expectation of stuff is going to hang around for a while before it sells, but it, like, sells on a rotation of I've had this one longest. Very rarely does my newest stuff sell. That's mostly what I'm getting at. So it's always a surprise when it's just, like, out the door right away. I'm like, I didn't even get a chance to name you. I don't name stuff, but that's kind of the sentiment I'm going for. Prince, love spiders, but if it's a health risk, I will be sensible. Yes. Oh yeah, I like spiders. They're friends. I don't like them in my ears. That's not fun. Not that that happens often, but it does on occasion. You just roll over in your sleep and there's a spider right next to your head. I had a spider bite in my sleep once in a rent house that I had. That was uncomfortable because I didn't know what had done it. You know, they had to do a biopsy of, like, the bite. Sure enough, it was just a spider. Nothing dangerous, though. It had just been cornered and, you know, bit me while I was asleep because I probably rolled over on it. But like black widows and brown recluse, you know, are potentially very, very damaging and or deadly to humans. So, you know, avoid those. Prince, I have to save the spiders for my mom. She likes to squish them even if they're cute jumping spiders. Yeah, no. I love the jumpies. I love the jumpies, and I love the wolfies. And I love the teeny guys that just skitter around. And I love the big garden spiders. The ones with the big faces on their backs. Those ones are gorgeous. We used to have one in the greenhouse. And then she moved to the goat pen. And so my mom tried to move her to the outhouse. And yeah, she stayed in the outhouse for a while. I don't know if it... I guess it was a she. I don't know. What did I do? How did I get that one tied onto the wrong thread? What the hell? Come on. We're gonna unknot this so we can get you on the right thread. Ow, fuck. I broke myself. Orb weavers, yes. The ones with the really, really big, gorgeous, intricate webs are super cool. You know, I'm just gonna cut it. I'm tired. I don't want to fight it. It's only a couple inches, so there you go. Yeah, one more domino. This one is a 1-1 dot. 1-1 dot black domino. And because I'm on stream, I'll do the weaving in for you guys. But if I were off stream, I would be weaving 9 dominoes at least in a row before weaving any ends in. Overcast outside? Is there a storm coming in? I don't know. Pearl be like, you wanna fight me? I cut you. Oh, that's been my whole personality the last few years. It's not always healthy, but it has been helping with boundaries. So it's like, you wanna fight me? I cut you. Good for boundaries, bad for relationships. Like conversations and getting along with people kind of relationships. Four, 5, 6, 7. Oof. Never be afraid of setting boundaries. No, I am not. But like, getting frustrated and upset at the world is what helped set boundaries, but it is also what helps degrade relationships. So it's kind of a hard balance for me to figure out right now. And then coming home and venting about it has not been helpful. So, yeah, there's that. That's why I'm not working right now. Not for an employer. So, like, any future jobs I get, I'm like, how do I just get away doing bare minimum? I don't know how. I've never understood how people can get away doing bare minimum. I envy those people. Like, how do you just skid by? I want to go under the radar. I want to be that person. I want to strive for mediocrity. Don't know how to do that. Anybody have advice? Bob, I was just closing a few tabs in the browser on my phone. I'm finally under 100. What? Showing a number again. Anything over 100 doesn't show a number. How do you have that many tabs open? Like, anything more than, like, 5 stresses me out. I was saying this to Ixo yesterday because he was talking about like a couple of things that he's been looking at for a while, and he just keeps the tabs open apparently, and I'm like, I close them all when I'm done looking at it and I come back to it if I remember, my computer would rebel. My brain would rebel. I don't understand you people. How do you have so many tabs open? How does it not, like... An open tab to me is like a to-do list, you know? Like, no. When I realized that my phone has like 17 open tabs because the way it functioned, it doesn't show me them when I want to actually go back to another tab. Not like some of my old phones have. I'm like, close, 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 close. You should see the text files with links in them. Oh no. No. I need to sort my bookmarks properly, I think. I need to take the time to do a digital declutter, like a full digital declutter. It's so hard when you're an artist and you have lots and lots and lots and lots of photos, you know. I have the beadwork category all properly sorted from past work, but like new work hasn't been sorted into it properly, and then like all the stuff off my phone hasn't been dealt with, and my tabs haven't been dealt with, and I haven't gone through my social medias and just like wiped them. I wiped my Pinterest at one point a long time ago, except for everything I've uploaded. I still use Pinterest as a, you know, save that and come back to it kind of thing. You know, like when I'm playing Dragon Quest Builders and I'm like, I want to make a fancy bridge. And then I look at bridges and the only thing I can find is Minecraft. So I save it anyway, but it's pretty and I want to make a fancy bridge. I use Pinterest a lot for like builds, like 3D builds. But, you know, my categories are so few and they're all labeled very incorrectly for what's actually stored in them now. You know, because I used to have a lot more stuff of other people saved. And then like my Google image saves, you know, I need to go through and delete everything that's not relevant anymore. I just need to do a clean sweep of everything saved in Instagram, everything saved on Google, everything saved on Pinterest, and like just clean sweep of unfollow everybody on all the socials. I don't even know if I really want to use them anymore. Like I definitely don't want to use Facebook anymore, but I don't know if I want to use Instagram anymore or in what capacity I want to use it. It's been skitzing out on my phone lately, and like I haven't used it most of this year anyway, so you know, I don't want to delete my Instagram, but I'd like to delete my Facebook and just have my Instagram linked to my website. And just post to it, you know, every now and then. Like, I'm only getting 6 engagement anyway, you know, might as well just only get 6 engagement every time and use it whenever I want to, instead of, yeah, I don't feed the algorithm. No. Go away, algorithm. You can starve. I'm not catering to you. I think I'm leaning towards wanting to do studio vlogs for YouTube, and I've said that for a while, but like, at least with YouTube, even though there is algorithm problems, there's also longevity and searchability of what you post. And I don't know. I like to ramble and talk more than just like what a short-lived post can do. Ooh, my brain has been so fuzzy. I'm tasky, I'm sorry. Fuzzy brain is worst. Can I give it a nice cozy hug? Lisa, I admire your tenacity. What, my tenacity for what? Yes, please elaborate on this. I'm just rambling. I don't know what I'm saying. Like, Instagram is just a lot of work, and it's just increasingly become a lot of work, and what I enjoyed it for was the still photos, and it's obviously not that anymore, and it's not caring about that anymore. So it's like, why would I care? Like, when I scroll through Instagram, I scroll with the phone muted. And anytime I have it accidentally unmuted, I just startle the crap out of myself because there's no volume control, and I don't care about reels, and I don't care about videos most of the time. Processed videos every now and then are fine, but I care about the still images. You know, what it was actually there for. You go away, bot. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you unless Dusky beats me to it. Bam. Bye. Tenacity against the system. Oh, well, I grew up outside the system. I grew up off the grid, so, like, I didn't know the rules in the first place. I wish I could disable reels. I don't enjoy my time there anymore, so, like, I actively seek out things that I know I enjoy. You know, and I think some of those artists I can find in other places, so I would rather just find them in other places. And some of the people I watch on YouTube, I don't follow their Instagrams because I don't care. I like the YouTube content, you know? Also do the mute. Yeah, anytime my phone is unmuted, it's like I pee my pants because the volume is so loud. I don't really, but like I jump out of my skin because like I didn't know I had unmuted it by accident. You know, that, and like I don't care. So many videos, so many dang ads. None of the people I actually follow, most of the people I actually follow are on here, and so I'd rather just be in their streams anyway. Ugh. I can't keep away. I keep saying I don't care, but then I keep trying anyways. Yeah, you know, fair, you know. You know, which means you still like it to some extent, and, you know, use it to the extent that you like it. I also scroll with the phone muted. I feel like for the people who aren't super into the video content, you guys should try Twitter. I don't want Twitter because I don't like the political content, and the angsting and the trolling and the, you know. I've also never had a Twitter, and I don't care. And I also I don't like TikTok. I just like Twitch and Discord. It's where the artists who are just posting photos are active nowadays. You know, that kind of makes sense, though, because Facebook and Insta ruined it all. No, Twitter bad community. Yeah, Twitter has all the negative connotations of just the angry, hateful places. And I don't want that, you know. Like, I've gotten a lot better at, like, my own blogs. If you guys have read any of like my old blogs, it looks like I was trying too hard, but I've noticed that ever since I started streaming and that when I do blog, my written voice sounds a lot like how I talk on stream. Does that make sense? And so like streaming has actually helped me find my blogging voice. And now I just copy paste those to Patreon when I do blog something on my website. I copy paste it to Patreon. But also when I have exclusive Patreon stuff, that stuff sounds a lot more like me than my old stuff used to. You know, so there's that. That's cool. And I enjoy it more than a post on Instagram, even though nobody comments. Like, I know nobody's gonna comment, and I still like it better. I also have not been keeping up with my Patreon stuff, so I think I need to reword some stuff for as I get around to it instead of committing to any sort of week anything, because I don't have anybody on there yet, so you're welcome to support me on Patreon if you like, if you want access to patterns, because that's really the only perk you get, is access to the charts. But I'm just using that for more practice right now. I'm not using it seriously, you know. I don't know how Twitter works versus like Facebook, but like if you follow people on Twitter who you like for their art content and they're also very politically active one way or the other, I'm sure you would also see a lot of that. So it's like, no thanks. I don't care. art community makes me want to cry. What do you mean, Prince? Elisa, I don't see any political content on my feed at all because I just subbed to art people. So, that's totally fair. Found a pic of my paper kaleidos. Ooh, neato. And I just, I missed out on the whole Tumblr everything. So, I don't want any of them. I actually miss about 2007 to 2009, before Facebook was public to everybody. I had a Facebook, but it was for school because that's what it was for. But I miss that time period because you know where I was on the internet during that time period? I was on this blog. Here. I will show you the blogs I was reading. Mitch L. in LA. These are the blogs I was reading roughly 2009. Her last post was 2017, actually. But this is Michelle in LA. She does acrylic paintings now, very abstract-y stuff. But what she used to do is she would do a Guess the Mystery Object with found objects. And her chat would have to guess. She made upcycle jewelry, basically. A lot of times it was jewelry. Sometimes it was found object-y stuff. But, in her writing style, I love her writing style. And, she'd have a, here's the finished thing. What did I make it out of? And then, they'd have to guess. And then the next post would be what it was made out of and how she made it. And it'd be a tutorial. And it'd be super cool. So that was one of the places I was at, and upcycled jewelry and accessories and fun stuff, made out of weird shit. Like, these are Mardi Gras beads, So that's part of what I was doing. I moved from Facebook to Insta, says Prince. I really don't care about follows and likes. I'm just like, here's my stuff. Enjoy or don't. Fair. Elisa, I feel like only anime people are still on Tumblr. I don't know. I only see Japanese artists over there now. Ixo used to be on LiveJournal forever and ever ago. I had AOL Instant Messenger is what I was doing around the same time as this, started out on MySpace before rules were made. Yeah. I had a MySpace long after it started, but at early college. Lisa, another fun thing, I'm starting to enjoy are people's Patreon podcasts. I kind of love them. Podcasts in general. Everybody got a podcast now. So I used to read Michelle in LA's blog, and I don't think she ever finished this project. And she did use one of my tutorials at one point in here, but Beads for Brains 365? Oh, come on. Where's that? Ooh, the blog might be down now. But there was a lady who was learning a different beading technique every day for a year. And she eventually ran out of stitches and she started doing beaded beads and stuff. But I ended up on people's blogs a lot. And I was part of the Etsy Bead Weavers Guild. And back when Etsy was actually still handmade. I was one of the first people I knew of that ever joined Etsy before anybody ever knew what it was. I had found out about it before I was even 18. I was 17 or something. No, maybe I had just barely turned 18. I had found out about it from a couple of ring makers in Tennessee. Back when I was doing art shows with my mom. So even before college. And I looked into it, and I didn't join for a little while, but I've known about it since 2005 or 2006, early days. 6, 7, 8. And fun fact, I've sold crapola on Etsy compared to in person over the course of however many years. Prince, How to Death Journal. Ooh. Loved early Etsy. Saw how downhill it went. Yeah, it definitely went downhill first when they started the whole wholesale Etsy bit. And the fact that they got rid of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, yeah, I knew I had too many beads. The fact that they got rid of Etsy wholesale without giving it a proper go sucked ass because, you know, there were artists who were relying on that, and then like Fair.com has like replaced that in a way, which is good. Like Fair is a good thing, and I haven't even had a chance to look into it really, but like Etsy replaced the whole wholesale bit with like the whole, yeah, let's just, everybody can sell whatever bit, you know. That's where it really killed itself. And then they got rid of the treasuries, and like people couldn't find each other easier, and all the whole algorithm bullshit, and the top of search instead of most recent, and is it any wonder that I like selling in person? Because you just show up and then you make eye contact with the person who walks past your booth. Literally. It's not hard. It's a lot easier. And I've always been a shy, introverted person. Like, I force myself to be extroverted when I am in front of people, but, like, I was always a quiet person. And, like, shows made me a more loud person. And working customer service has made me a more loud person. So, like, it really, whatever your job is, you already have the skills to set up in person, basically. And you can guarantee people are looking at your stuff because you can see them looking at your stuff, or you can see them walking past. And the ones who look at your stuff, you say hi, you hand them a card, you say whatever your spiel is about your stuff. You know, with me, I sound like a broken record. Literally, what I say is, you know, I watch somebody come up to my booth, I make sure that they're going to stand for just long enough for me to give them a card, minimum. And I say everything is handmade. I stitch it myself. That's it. That's what I say. And I give them the nice, pretty card that, you know, I hand out like it's candy, because it is. It's not gold. You shouldn't hoard it. Make eye contact. I say that. Usually people are impressed because, you know, I shouldn't have to tell people that my work is handmade, but they're always impressed that it is. So, you know, that's a little bit of an icebreaker. And then they like, ooh, and they awe at it, or something makes them laugh, or something catches their eye, or they really love candy corn. And it's like, candy corn, you know? And you just go from there. Same as you would in any like customer service interaction, you know. Oh, you're interested in such and such, and you tell them a little bit about that. Or if they're looking for a gift, you ask, what do they like? How old are they? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Ugh. Hey, BK, I'm sorry you are exhausted. I hope you are able to take a nap or have more caffeine or just rest in general. Lisa, wait. I have so many questions. What was early Etsy like? What's treasuries? What's fair wholesale thingy? I am interested in buying wholesale art maybe at one point. Oh boy. Early Etsy was literally, did you make it yourself by hand? If the answer is no, you're not allowed to sell. You know, and it had, you know, the lower early transaction fees and listing fees. But there wasn't the whole, oh, you made a sale fee, or, oh, you know, just the fees were not what they are now, which is why the strike was happening, and that ended yesterday. I went on strike because, like, what the fuck ever. Like, I don't make sales anyway, and I'll do this in solidarity for people who have this as their income, because my sales are made in person. I need to disconnect my Square from my Etsy because it hasn't even been adding my inflated sales number. Why am I paying you 20 cents a sale if you're not actually bumping that number up? Like, you jerk. Treasuries. Oh, I have some images of treasuries. I'll show you what a treasury is, actually. I got screen grabs forever ago. Documents. Publications. Web, probably. Etsy treasuries. I have a whole folder of Etsy treasuries that my work was in. Fair is just wholesale. FAIRE.com. It's where artists can make an account for wholesalers to purchase from you. That's all I know. It seems great and legit, and a lot of good businesses go through there. OMG, dude, I'm so surprised at markets and even in anime conventions. How many people ask me, did you paint this? Oh, no, duh. Of course it did. BK Mini-Me was up until 3 a.m. last night screaming from ear pain. Oh no, took her to the doctor. She has an ear infection and it opened her eardrum. Oh man. Oh man, because if she has them now, she's probably really prone to them, and that was my childhood. I'm so sorry. I forgot to do the strike. It's okay. I did it because I could. Okay, to show you what Etsy treasuries are like, look, I have a whole folder of all the treasuries I remembered to grab. So what it was these were user-curated sets of images of things somebody found on Etsy. And they typically had a name. This one is called Science is Sexy. And so this user would have Erica, whoever Erica is, would have selected a whole bunch of science-themed things. But as an artist, you got notified when your dumb face showed up under Science is Sexy. I had a DNA bracelet instead of earrings. That's why this showed up in this treasury, because Erica liked sciencey things. And then, there were comments, very creative thing. Thanks for including my whatever, and me with my old avatar. This made me laugh. Well made. Thanks for the include. It was more community driven. Etsy was so much more community driven at the time. Where's my piece in this? Because I only saved the things I was in or things I really, really, really liked. And a lot of times, the blank spots, because they were always filled up, but the blank spots would be listings that were gone. So my work wasn't in any of these. I would not have saved it otherwise. So whatever listing I had was gone by the time, or taken down or temporarily disabled by the time I had got the screenshot. So this one's mine. This is Autumnal Bohemian, So treasuries were user-created pics of things they liked that looked great together. And a lot of times, the treasury would make it to the front page. So you would be on the front page of Etsy if the treasury that your work was in got picked. So it was like a way for artists to be get accessibility that they didn't create themselves. It was a way for users to interact with the site in a really cool, neat way. Treasuries are gone. They've been gone for a long time. So I miss Etsy when Etsy had treasuries. Here's my piece for this one. Beading extravaganza. So, And this is how I found a lot of artists and how I had a lot of beading heroes, is by being included in treasuries. This piece finally sold for a lot less than that, actually, but whatever. My work was not in that one. This is mine. Earrings. But yeah. So her first ear infection, BK. Oh no! But she didn't feel it at all until it got really bad. Oh no. Oh, yeah, thankfully she's sleeping right now. Poor girl was so tired she fell asleep as soon as we got home from the doctor. My goodness. She hasn't eaten anything today, but I'm like, this point, she needs to sleep. Yeah, if she's asleep, leave her be and feed her when she wakes up. Oh, that's really fun. Yeah, so this was mine. And this one was Birds of Paradise, but it looked like they had a blue and orange theme, Yeah, by the time I got around to some of these treasuries, whatever my listing was gone. So, who knows what it would have been. Seriously. Maybe I just saved some of these because I liked them. Okay, this one was mine. This one is mine. This one is mine. This is my beaded Band-Aid. I've been doing weird stuff with beads for a long time, guys. He's a beaded Band-Aid cuff. I don't even remember why. I don't even remember why I made it, but I love it. It's really fun. So yeah, Etsy treasuries were super cool. And by the quality of the photos that you see here, it was before everything was picture perfect and flat lays and dried flowers and photo props. And, it was artists being artists and figuring it out. You know, this one apparently got featured a lot. You know, just embroidered, beaded. This one was mine. Mother Earth theme. You know, and then comments, if there were comments. A lot of times it was the people included in the treasury saying, hey, thank you for including me. Oh, and other times it was other users, you know, being happy about it. Oh, so we're back to science is sexy. So this was me. I'm sexy. Oh, dude, that's actually really, yeah, it was really cool. So, like, by the time the public had heard about Etsy, by the time that I was at shows and people were coming up to me and saying, oh, do you have an Etsy? Etsy had ceased to be fun because it had gone public. It had been bought and there were shareholders and like, but back when it was like privately run and this was somebody's passion project and this was like grassroots and good for artists, that's when it was fun to be on. So like, it's not fun now. You know, the only thing I have on my Etsy right now is made to order stuff and tutorials and a link to my site. But right now it's actually still closed because I'm still on strike and I have forgotten to take it off strike. I set up in person. I have made 50 total sales on Etsy since 2007, like on the platform. I have gone back and checked. Out of the 298 that are listed as sales, I should be well over 300 by now, but no, they're just taking my listing money without actually inflating my number. So I'm going to disconnect Square from Etsy today, maybe tomorrow. And I'm just going to connect Square to my website because I want the library function and everything that's on my website is actually for sale in person, unlike on Etsy where everything that's on my Etsy library through my Square app is not necessarily for sale in front of me. So, any other questions? Elisa, ask all the questions you want. I am your repository of information. But yeah, fair.com is like for wholesaling, but I haven't even given myself the chance to explore it, but it seems really cool. And probably by the time I get around to exploring it, it'll not be really cool anymore. That's kind of my luck. So far, Patreon still seems to be really cool. So far, Ko-fi.com seems to be really, really cool. And, you know, that seems to be where I'd want to be spending a lot of my time. I love these talks. I really do. Hi, how are you? Hello, Lilo. Long time no see. I am doing well. I will hydrate for you. I don't have the hydrate function anymore, but I will hydrate just for you. Thank you for answering all the things. Of course. Thank you for asking the things. I am here to share my useless knowledge. My 20 years of useless knowledge. Almost. It'll be in July. Should I do a 20 years of beading celebratory stream? I don't know what that would even look like, but that sounds like a fun idea. Isn't that the way it always works? Oh wait, no, like, because a crafty day in is in the beginning of July, right? But I don't think I learned how to bead until like a few days after the 4th, but I was there for 4th of July weekend, so maybe I did. So yeah, 4th of July weekend roughly is when I learned to bead in 2002. So maybe my crafty day in celebratory stream this year can be, hey, I've been doing it for 2 decades, you can too. Is that the way it always works? Isn't that the way it always works? What? Isn't what the way it always works? I've been lurking. Enjoy your lurk, Lilo. Enjoy. I'll be here if you have questions. What's the question of? I forgot what I said that you might be replying to. Oh, by the time I get around to something, it's no longer fun. Yeah, that's always the way it works with me. Yeah. The only thing I was ever an early adopter of, I think, was Etsy. Forgot to apply to a crafty day in. I did that last week. I patted myself on the back. I thought it was gonna take 10 minutes. It took me closer to like half an hour. Longer. I always have to like rewrite the artist bio blurb, and I'm like, type some things that sound like me. Artist statements are all BS. This sounds funny. This is my approach. Applications will be open to the public on 5/1 and close on June 16th. So we would have had the applications already if we were a vendor in the last event, correct? Me if I'm wrong, is that correct? Yes, that question. Good. Yeah. So at least I don't think you participated last time, so I don't know if you have an email, but look in the 1st, I guess, of May. Or unless you already got sent an email because you've been a prior participant. I don't know. Either way, apply when you can. Thanks, Elf, our resident Crafty Day In organizer, and BK's in chat too somewhere. Me bank don't like Crafty Day. But yeah. Crafty Day In is, for me, an excuse to like put more listings online. Or it's a deadline to put more listings online. Let's be more specific. It's a deadline for me. Like, I honestly sell better at in-person events, but like, I'm here for the hype and for the support for everybody else. So. Correct. Prior vendors have the opportunity to apply now. Got you. And like a Crafty Day In is where I met Hello Elisa Milan. I was like just waking up from a nap. Like the time that I first found her participating. And I'm like, what is this amazing art? This is a cute elf. I like this art style. This website is adorable. I'm keeping you. And that's why we're friends. Lisa, I actually did, but I wasn't able to stream because I was in Texas. Right, you were in Houston at the time. I remember. BK, sorry. What's up? Catching up on some things. Oh, we were talking about a Crafty Day In. Elf, I got you got cake badges, and they were so easy to use and super cute. Amazing. Awesome. I have her sticker. Her first lemon sticker. The one she's probably embarrassed of. But, like, I love it, and it's on my journal. And I bought the journal to match the sticker, so there. And then we did an art trade, and I have a giant painting. And I love it so much, it's got a peacock. It's not in view, it's kind of hiding behind the cabinet, so you guys can't see it. But, yeah. And then, yeah. When I get funds back up, Elisa, you will be the first person I support on Patreon, just saying. Like, you don't know this yet, and you didn't hear it from me, but yeah, that's happening when I can afford it. I can't sub to you anymore here, so I'm gonna... Why? Thank you, Pearl. Yay, thank you, Bob. That's part of the sucky thing about being self-employed is you can't sub to everybody you love anymore, and that makes me so sad. Lisa, I actually just ordered a new lemon sticker. Only took 4 years. I saw the one that you posted in your Discord recently. It's super cute too. Can't believe I still have the other ones. Don't be embarrassed of your old art. It's a great way to see how far you've come. I have an entire tray full of old art. Elf, I run a cherry blossom pink theme normally, so it works so well. Oh, yes. That would work so well. Agreed. Prince, I said it before and I'll say it again. I have money, I'd be in trouble. Yeah. We all know the feeling. And that's like why a Crafty Day In is so hard, because it's like I want to support you guys during this cool awesome sale, and then you have to like work within your budget, but then people are still supported, so it's all a win-win all around. Yeah, that. Luis, I love Sakura. I want to do more with Sakura Blossoms. Do more with Sakura Blossoms. Elf has one of my glow necklace sets. Sakura Blossom sets. I made a purple set, actually, so it was like a lavender blossom, and that sold too. I want to make a yellow one. I have one more set of white buttons. I have access to more if I need them, but like I have one more set of white buttons on hand right now, so I want to do it yellow just because, and it would glow yellow too. Why is it so hot outside? BK will trade your weather for you. You know, if you do, and I'll be first in line. At least I don't think, I think she's serious. Like, she loves Sakura so much. Alright, so I'm taking these off. You just pop off the little pegs, and then you take off the little threads. And I put my pegs back on so I don't lose them. They're little feet. But it makes it so much easier, because you can't do that with a regular loom. You just pop it off and pop it back on. So you have to like cut around it sometimes, or untie knots. You know, this is super fast. April and 80 outside. That's about right. Sorry, Yins is a form. Yins is a form of y'all. No, I totally get you. And like, I hate myself for saying y'all. I've lived in the South too long. Lisa, I feel you, Bubs. I sub to so many people on Patreon, Ko-Fi, Twitch. I'm definitely hitting my limit, but there's more artists popping up all the time to love. True. Ooh. It's 44 here. I'll definitely trade. Ooh, that is chilly. Chilly willy. But like cozy weather too. Prince, apparently here April snow brings May flowers. It's okay. April showers bring May blizzards. Fake spring. There's no fake left. It's all spring for us now. So I have so many things blooming right now, guys. It's so great. I love it. All right, so I made 3. I need to make 6 more minimum today. But because I love you guys, I'll show you the whole process instead of continuing to loom. So I'm gonna set the beads aside for now, since I won't need them for the rest of this going on. I'll need the gray when I put it on the loom, but I won't need the rest. So I just cut the warps. Traditionally, what you're supposed to do with this little loom is you're supposed to pull from each side, and then like the threads will get shorter here, and then you alternate and you pull. It doesn't work as well with the upholstery thread, which is what I have here, because it's just thicker and you might splice it, but you're supposed to weave this with like regular beading thread. But yeah, you're supposed to pull your warps through like that, you know. I don't like doing it. I think it's dumb. I don't like the loops that end up on the end of beadwork like that. I need clean edges, so I like weaving in. This is just a mini loom, so I don't waste space, basically. That can go over here, and I can get out my bigger sewing needle. I don't even know what kind this is. It's just a... I didn't buy it, but I got given it, and so I use it to weave my warps in. Prince, we had years like that too, Elf, so I get it. Gotcha. Problem is maybe tornado season for us. It is tornado season for us. I live in Tornado Alley, but like I rarely ever see any like warnings serious enough to actually go hide. So like anytime somebody's like, hey, did you know there are tornadoes in Texas? I'm like, really? I think last time it was there and like, you all right? And I'm like, tornadoes in Texas? Oh, that's 5 hours east of me. Yeah, no, I'm totally fine. I hope they're all right, but like, I'm totally fine. I love how much it's like, oh, you're Canadian. You don't realize how big Texas is. It's cute, but like, Yeah. Sarah and I love you if you're here. I'm totally fine most of the time when there's tornadoes in Texas. Or hurricanes, I promise. I'm not near the beach. I'm not near a lot of stuff. BK, looks like I'm eating dinner alone. No, what happened? Did Amber not wake up? We tend to get outbreaks. And yeah, Texas could be its own country. It's so big. It is further from Texarkana, Texas, in the northeast of the state, to El Paso, which is at the tip, which connects to Mexico. So Texarkana to the Mexican border in El Paso is a greater distance than Texarkana to like straight shot north Canadian border. So like the rest of the country is much more squished in comparison. That blows people's mind. I love it. Texas is bigger than most European countries. Just remember that. Alf, I live on the edge of Tornado Alley, so we don't get concerned very often, but at least when we do, now I have a place to go, unlike living in the apartments. Totally true. Shelter in the bathtub. I had a friend, like, during the last... He's not my friend anymore, but, like, when we were still friends and before we were roommates, he was sheltering at his parents' house, and he was inside the laundry hamper closet. You know, like one of the small, skinny laundry hamper areas. He was a very, very tiny guy. So, he's just like, I'm in the laundry hamper, hiding from the tornado. We were at Ixo's parents' house. They have, like, a walk-in shelter that they'd installed a while back. So they're like, yeah, guys, just come over here, hang out. If it gets bad, we'll just go walk into the walk-in in the garage. So that's what we did. And that was the only time it was ever bad enough here for us to be, like, legitimately concerned. BK, I'm not bugging her. She needs sleep. Yes, exactly. Have to sleep. Prince does not understand people living in tornado-prone areas, living in houses on slabs. You know? Yeah. You know, same as I don't understand anybody, like, ever living on an island that is potentially volcanic, but people do. Like, my town did get hit by a huge tornado back in, what was it, 79? So, like, way before I was born, but, so a good chunk of the town has new construction, you know, so the part of the town where I actually live in now is what was in the path of the tornado. So, like, this whole neighborhood is new. And then, like, you can see entire, like, swaths of areas of neighborhoods where it's like, that house is ancient and that one's brand new. Relatively, you know, like, that was built in the 30s and 40s, and that's much newer than that. It was built in the 80s, you know, 80s or 90s. And they're side by side because it was literally just, like, stripped through town, you know. Elf, and then you look at the states and compare them to Europe and you realize how big the U.S. really is. It's so huge. It's phenomenally huge. It's big. It's big. You know, so like 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I'm just weaving through. If you guys were like, what are you doing? Weaving through. That's how I weave my ends in. I don't go through any beads. Go through that. I snip them off later. It's fantastic, and it leaves beautifully clean edges. And sure, it takes some time, but like, whatever. Everything takes time when you're beading. Pompeii, yeah. Or on beachfronts. Yeah, beachfronts. Tsunamis and stuff. Lisa, I feel like you just have to choose which natural disasters you want to deal with. Exactly. Like, I don't feel like anywhere is immune from anything, you know, like we want to go to Vermont, which is a much, much smaller state, but we're gonna have to get really good at snow. Really good at snow. which is laughable here in Texas. So, like, you just choose which elements you want to be around and what's worth it, you know? There's fire 10 miles from me and it's getting worse. Oh no. Yeah. Someone, you know, in 3 hours away from us, you know, texted us and said, hey, are you guys in the path of the fire one day? And we were like, what fire? And we looked outside and went, oh, that one. And it was only a few miles away. So yeah, be careful. Ugh, BK. Rihanna keeps checking on Amber. It's so sweet. She's like, what's wrong with my baby? Aw. She knows. Be careful. The only thing I don't get is hurricanes, because if Yellowstone ever blows, I mess up. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. If Yellowstone blows, the entire world's gonna feel right. Ooh. Oh, so when I was in Scotland, I took the express train from Edinburgh to Glasgow. It was like an hour train ride. I can't even get out of my state in an hour. I can get out of my state in 20 minutes. 25 maybe. But like we're right next to the state border. But I can't get to any other border of this state in anything less than 5 hours. Minimum. 5 hours before I can get to Louisiana. If I'm trying to go to New Mexico, that's more like at least 7 or 8, depending on where in New Mexico you're trying to go. If I'm trying to hit the Mexico border, minimum 10. Minimum. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah, the trains in Europe are great. At least it's Arizona, so we get on these fires pretty fast, but when they do enjoy spreading too, so it's always, yeah. Arizona, California, both. Heard about that craziness. Yeah. I live near a border. Could walk out of state. Wait, you... Cool. It would take me a minute. A long minute, but I could walk out of state? No, not really. But yeah, I could do a day trip to Oklahoma City and back in the same day if I want to. Ixo actually has to do that for some of his doctor's appointments, but I was like, you want me to go with you? And he's like, I'm gonna be on the toll roads forever. Nah. But I can do the same thing, you know, with Dallas-Fort Worth, you know, and that's the biggest advantage to living where I live. Within driving distance of Oklahoma City and Dallas. Within driving distance of other things to go do, so we don't have to spend our money locally to, you know, entice people to stay here. Dumb. Elf, I mean, now I can go to Wyoming in about 45 minutes, but that's because I moved north. That's true. So you could see a different state if you wanted a day trip to do something else. 45 minutes for me, I could get to Bowie, Texas. I could maybe get to Lawton, Oklahoma. It always seems like an hour, but I think it's really closer to 45 minutes or something. I couldn't quite make it to Decatur. I could make it maybe to Vernon. 2, 3, 4, 5. We are literally in a bubble. Like, we have the little bitty baby small towns, but like any of the, that's a name on a map I recognize kind of towns are almost all 45 minutes to an hour away. So like we are insular bubble. It's not like other parts of the country or other parts of the world where it's like small town here, there, and everywhere. And like you want to go to the movies, you go over here. Or you want to go to the good movies, you go over here. Or you want to go to Walmart, you go to that town. Or you want to go to Michael's, you go over there. You know, that's what it's like in Tennessee. You know, because going shopping with my mom is like, okay, which town are we hitting first? What's the order of operations, you know? Whereas here where I live, everything is here and everything's within 5-10 minutes, which is great. And kind of you get spoiled and used to that. But it's not great in that people don't venture outside and people don't come in or come through town. And so, like, the ideology of the people who sit here and live here is stuck, like, in the past. It's gross. You know, because Ixo's been talking to, like, an old high school friend of his who lives in Lubbock. And, you know, Lubbock is also... is similar to Wichita Falls in that, like, it's a college town, and, you know, but it's bigger. It has a lot more smaller towns around it. It's growing on purpose. But, like, you know, the friend is a high school band teacher, and just, like, the comparison she gives of, like, what she does for a living now versus, like, what her experience of high school band was when she was in high school here, it's like they're completely different worlds. It's weird. Prince just has to cross the lake to get to Canada. I'm on a boat. Elf Cheyenne is just across the border, but it always seems so much slummier, or maybe that's just only the places I've been there. I wouldn't know. I've never been. Sounds a lot like Vanderbilt? Vanderbilt's a hospital in Nashville. I don't know what you mean. Elf, I've got everything in, I'll say 20-30 minutes, but that's also college town, so it'll never stand still. True. College towns don't stand still as far as people coming through, but, like, people don't always stay in them either. So, like, this being a college and Air Force town is actually beneficial for me. It's one of the better reasons to stay here. It's good because this town is actually very diverse in population. Like, as far as demographics go, like, it's very, very diverse, which is good. That's one of the benefits. And people cycling through is great for me, like, for a financial basis as far as the markets go, because the farmer's market is actually one of the only things to do in town. So I do actually end up getting a lot of business from out-of-state people who are visiting, people who are here for, like, school or for work or whatever, or visiting family or whatever because they got stuck. But it's not growing, and that's the problem. And it hasn't been growing. Like, there's little spurts here and there, but it's not intentionally improving itself. Because of nepotistic government. Woo! Yeah, I gotta get out. Let's get out. Lake Erie. Okay, gotcha. Lovely snowball. Elf, every few years you have like 80% new population. Yeah, in a college town? Maybe, yeah, no, that makes sense. If it's just strictly that's the thing keeping the town going, absolutely. But, like, MSU, which is our college, is fine. It's where I went. But this town would be nothing without the Air Force Base. Literally, if the Air Force Base decided, you know, we're gonna close up this branch, or we're just gonna not, this town would be a ghost town in like 3 years minimum. 5 years max. Like, it would be a ghost town. There would be no reason anybody would be here. Because MSU on its own does not have the draw, does not have the pull on its own. I came here for MSU because my sister was living here at the time. She was living here at the time because her husband was born here. And he still had friends who lived here, and they were going to go into business together and do something. I still don't even know. I don't even know. They were here for a year by the time I moved here. Whatever the something was failing, and he was going out and doing his own thing. And she was unhappy here. I can see why now. It took me a long time. It took me a lot longer to see why, but I was also a decade younger. Still am a decade younger than she is. She didn't, like, stop aging or anything, but... And then they moved shortly after I graduated from college, and vamoosed. And have been living their same old happy life they lived before they lived here. That they missed, so... Elf, even military bases usually have a pretty high PCS rate, so usually 3 to 4 years people will move. Yeah. Around, yeah. But, like, if the base wasn't here, like, people would just... This town would hemorrhage people. So bad. You know, not only because the base wouldn't be here, but because wherever the people enlisted in the Air Force go, their families would follow. Because people are very, very, very family-centric here. I still don't comprehend it because my family of origin is not very close. I'm very happy for people who love their families, but, like... That is just a phenomenon that is foreign to my brain and my experience. Not a bad thing, it's just what I experienced. And I'm like, I can't imagine moving somewhere you probably don't even want to be because of people you're related to. Like, I understood it at 18, back when I... wanted to be close to the sister that convinced me to move here. But, like, if she was like, yeah, move here for something else again, ever in the future, I'd be like, hell no. You treat me like shit. I know. Go away. I'm not moving near you. You couldn't pay me to move near you. That's how Warner Robins was. 75% of workers were employed on Robins AFB, so the economy is terrible. Like a mining town or a quarry town or a forestry town, or, yeah. A lot of people here are employed by the base as civilian workers. Or the hospital. Or the city. But, like, as far as hugely funded things go, nope. Food service. Tired of it. Ugh. I hate doing in the last side, but, like, I just do it one at a time. I could probably just flip it over and go through all of them like I do the first side, but I don't know why. I just end up doing it this way. Like a steel town that went under. Yeah. Philadelphia, right? Philadelphia has, like, been reclaimed by artists, from what I can tell. So it's still affordable to live there, but, like, a lot of the art jobs that I was finding were in Philadelphia. I got turned down for the ones I applied to, but, whatever. It's one of the few places in the country that's fairly affordable to live, but, like, I don't know the local everything going on there that makes it that way, other than steel shut down. Sharon, and it seems it is also being reclaimed by artists. Sharon? What's Sharon? Who's Sharon? What town? Who dis? You guys will notice that each of these dominoes has a little gray row, and that is actually the row that gets woven onto the band of the bracelet. Little city in Pennsylvania. Okay. Yeah, Pennsylvania seems to be reclaimed by artists a lot because of the steel shutting down. I think Asheville, North Carolina was similar. Like something went away and then the artists reclaimed it and now it's like a gentrified artist mecca place. Six, seven. Yeah, I don't know. I want something different. Still do. Been thinking of applying for the Vermont parks, state parks. So outdoor nature things. Clean the trails or garden or maintenance or, mow yards and weed whack and stuff like that. Just be outside, do landscaping work. But like for the national parks, so it's like, more gender balanced. Because I have spent so much time in the South that like doing trades or, hard labor type things, it's like I don't want to be the only woman in the room. Not that I'm not capable of being the only woman in the room. I was in some of my classes in high school, but like I've had that experience and I was in the South there and like just walking into a mechanic shop here, it's like, please listen. Hear what the words that are coming out of my mouth. I don't want that for a job if I don't have to, but like it's much more appealing in Vermont, so because they have programs to actually like equity between the genders, equality between the genders. Super great. So parks and then like hands-on stuff and I don't know. National parks is the next thing I'll apply to, and then I've been looking at makers producing jobs, like factory stuff as well. Miscellaneous, thank you for the raid. Hello and welcome. How was stream? What were you working on? Have no fear, the Laniacs are here. That's amazing. Delta Alpha Nora, thank you for the follow. Thanks for beating my friend. Welcome to the Beatbox. Damien El Mascador. Nice name. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. How is everybody? What were you working on, Miscellaneous? Was it something 3D and chainmail? Let me guess. Victor Fox. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, first time chat. Working on a Chunky Boy Dragon chainmail plush thing. I love it. Does this one squeak too? Do they all squeak? Victor Fox, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Beatbox. Thank you for beating my friend. Delta Alpha North, have no fear. Yes. Ready to call. Welcome in, everybody. How are you doing? What are you doing with your Tuesday? Beads? Beads. Yes, hell yeah, it squeaks. Of course they squeak. Every time I come into your chat and see your stream, it's like, it squeaks. It might just be me and my timing, but like, I feel like everything you make squeaks. And no, they don't all squeak. No. It's just my timing then, because they all seem to squeak. But yeah, heck yeah, it squeaks. Blast core. Does this one squeak too? How funny that your squeak things are becoming known far and wide. Welcome in, Blast core. How are you doing today? Okay, so what you guys are seeing here is I'm making some dominoes. I'm weaving in some ends. They look like this. I'm doing loom work, and I'm weaving in the ends of loom work. Pain in the butt, I know. A lot of people hate it. I don't. Individual dominoes. I've got some earrings here. But the project I'm working on is this bad boy. This bad boy is a bracelet. You're like, that don't look like a bracelet. It looks like a weird thing of flappy dominoes. You're right. And they are all number order, all loomed, every bit. I've got a lot of loose ends to burn off. Each one is a domino. It's double-sided because I'm not doing single-sided. Blast corpse. I read it as core. Sorry, I didn't see the corpse. I haven't done beadwork in so long. I still have a metric fuck ton of beads. Yes. I love beads. It's my one and only medium, at least that I consistently do. I try out other things as they interest me. Very rarely on stream, but I do on occasion try stuff out. Miscellaneous. Ooh, it's almost like a scale mail bracelet. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, yeah. Where the tabs are woven into the piece itself. So all of these that are going on the bracelet, they have a row of gray, and that gray is the base row of the bracelet here. I see those follows. Blast Corpse, thank you for the follow. And Lil Red 9, thank you guys both for beating my friend. Welcome to the bead box. Beadwork is so amazing. Thank you. This is a really complex project. It's actually the cover project of this book. And I've wanted to make it for years. And I just recently bought this book for myself, but I've checked it out from the library several times. This is, zoom out, Contemporary Loom Beading by Sharon Bateman. So I'm doing the project on the cover, but it's dominoes instead of patterns. So it's going to look like this. The only difference, aside from it being dominoes, is the clasp is actually, you can see it here, hiding. Come here. A snap. So I've sewn the snap closure onto one end of the bracelet. I thought it was long enough last night. I thought I was almost done with it. Turns out I was very off. And so I'm adding more dominoes to this end before I can weave the snap again onto this side of the bracelet. So that's what I'm doing now. So I'm making more dominoes. And they look like this. Going in number order in the opposite direction here. And so I'm just doing the weaving in before I can weave them on. It's a big project. Typically, a loomwork bracelet for me looks like this. Like it looks like the sexy eggplant and peaches here. What'd she say? Covert sexy bracelet. But yeah, it sure looks complex. Thank you, Damien. It's mostly tedious. It's lots and lots and lots of little easy things repetitively done and then woven onto a bigger thing. So mostly just tedious. Beading my friend, love it. Yeah, that's been my intro for a long time. Damien, I envy your crafting skills. My fingers are too big and prick my fingers so many times it hurts but barely bleeds. Yeah. And I used, well, that's actually sewing needle, but I use tulip beading needles, and they're a little more blunt than standard beading needles, so I don't really bleed often. Don't really bleed often. Lil Red, that's pretty, thank you, and welcome into chat. Hope you're doing all right. Miscellaneous says it's turning out awesome. Thank you. Oh, the whole big old project. Yes, it is. I was so happy. I test fitted on yesterday, and like, you know, instead of just like bracelet thickness, it's like bracelet plus dominoes all the way around. So it's like this whole circle of just rectangles. Like, it's a ridiculous thing. Nobody in their right mind would actually ever wear it. I'd wear it a few times for fun, but it's still a bit too much for me. So, like, some eccentric lady is going to end up owning it, you know, several years from now. After it's been on display for years and I find just the right person. So I'm trying to make it bigger than my wrist, which is why I need more dominoes. I need at least 9, probably 12. But hopefully just 9. It sounds like chainmail. Complicated, yes. Dude, I don't even understand chainmail. I haven't given it a proper go, honestly. But I'd love it, I'm sure. Blast. I'm just gonna say blast. Definitely, but with much smaller rings. And no opening and closing. It's needle and thread more than it is 2 sets of pliers. Prince, work hazards. Elf, or depending on the generation. Not so covert. Right, you know, but like the friend I'm making it for, her work setting, it's definitely a mix, I suppose. I think it's getting overcast outside. It shouldn't be this dark. It is spring. yeah, it's getting overcast, so I'm like, why can't I see as well as I should? Also, this isn't my favorite needle for this. Ixo has my favorite needle, but I'm not going to ask for it back. Ah! Mally the Panda, thank you for beating my friend. Welcome to the beatbox. How are you today? Oh yeah, more mini micro mail, only more insane. I don't feel like I'm insane. It's a whole mood. Little Red, it's kind of like bragging rights. Yeah, I made this insane thing. Oh yeah, this is definitely a showpiece. All my showpieces recently seem to be like ginormal bracelets that nobody in their right mind would wear. But like that's exactly the sort of thing that I only sell on Etsy. Sucks for them that I moved all my one-of-a-kind stuff to my website. Mally the Panda, hi, welcome. How are you today? Blast is fine. Okay, I figured. I'm getting tongue-tied. Hey, Melly. Lady Chan, hi. Fantastic. Just got back from an anime convention and it's my first day back to work. Have a meeting in about 10 minutes, so I thought I'd come say hi because Lainey was hosting you. Oh, that is so sweet. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. I hope your first day back to work is not jarring after a fun anime convention thing. I hope that you had a great time. I suppose this last weekend. Elisa, OMG, the beatbox. Is that why your overlay is the beatbox? Yes. The overlay, actually, is one of those big, insane bracelets I was talking about. Do you guys want to see it up front in person? Well, I probably really shouldn't show it because, yeah. But yeah, it's one of those big bracelet things that I was talking about that sold for copious amounts of money for no reason. Which is what this bracelet is. It's gonna sell to some eccentric lady for copious amounts of money because it makes her laugh. Like, I don't know why, but those sell for me? I'm not complaining. I'm just like very confused. But like, yeah, I have a lot of fun making them. This is also a tedious one because it's only 3 colors, so it's a little monotony. Stream helps. Stream helps with that a lot. Ooh, I hope the con was fun. Yeah, I hope so too. Alright, I do hate to raid and run, but I must go make dinner, be lurking, go to the restroom, stretch, do whatever you've got to do, Miscellaneous. Thank you for bringing your friends here. Enjoy your lurk, and if you don't come back, have a fantastic evening. Or whatever time of day it is for you. I don't actually know your time zone. Actually, it's been awesome. Yes, it was great. I'd love to send you pics via Discord or something of the sort if you're up for it. Ooh, yes, you guys enjoy. Tons of cosplay to be had. I had cosplay friends for a long while, and it took me forever to realize I'm not a cosplayer. Like, I enjoy and I appreciate the heck out of the craft and the art form and the work that goes into it, but like, it's not something I do for myself. Like, cosplay at max and very little effort after that point. Jeez. Good luck with the rest of your stream. I have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye. EDT. So it's like 6 p.m. or 1800. Okay. So you're ahead of me then. Eastern time. Eastern time. I'm Central time. Wait, no. EDT. 6? 6 for you? Are you 2 hours ahead of me? Where the heck is 2 hours ahead of me? Isn't that the ocean? Are you in Canada? Because there's parts of Canada that are like an hour east of like Eastern time US, right? Prince, after separating these beads, I'm rewarding myself by fixing my Celine spiral bracelet. New York time zone. Oh, wait. Okay. Maybe my clock's wrong. Okay, now I go bye. Bye-bye. Aloha. Have a good night. Good night. New York. Isn't it? Oh, wait. It is almost 5. Okay. I'm not looking at my clock correctly. Okay. Just an hour ahead then. I kept thinking it was like just barely 4 or almost 4 for me. It's almost 5 for me. Mally, to be honest, I kind of cheated. I had a hoodie that was 3D printed of the character I was cosplaying. as while I wore a pair of black jeans. You do you. Like, minimal effort, but optimal recognition is the ideal, I think. It is 5:52. Yes. You're 2 hours ahead. I'm 2 hours ahead of you. Quite possibly. But yeah, so I am working on this. You guys have been watching me weave in the ends. You see a nice, pretty, clean, gorgeous, beautiful finish up top. I got 1 or 2 more on this side. And I just go through and I weave in ends on all the pieces that I have lying out all at the same time. And then, once I have all the pieces, which I only have 3 right now, I go and I cut the half of the threads that I've been working on, and then I weave in the ends on the other half. I don't know, I just like batching the same task together, if possible, before switching to another task. It helps me. Because it just feels like one to do instead of 3 different things to do, you know, all for the same domino. It's like, nah. And I just cut them as close to the work as I can possibly get. Yep. This row moved a little. And then I just roll the beads together a little bit, and any leftover bits will typically hide. Sometimes I get a little bit showing. Not too bad though. And if I do, no big deal, because I've got fire. This is my grill lighter. You just melt it back. You can use a thread burner. I've never owned a thread burner. These are like given to me free, either by my like Ixo's dad, or because I bought something at Harbor Freight and it was the free thing in the ad, you know. That's half the free things they give us anyway, is free with purchase at Harbor Freight. So, like, grill lighter. I had a cigarette lighter, but I ran out of fluid, so grill lighter it is, because we have several. I'm not spending money. I'm not paying $17 to $20 for a thread burner that does the exact same thing. It melts thread. That's literally its purpose. And it takes batteries. It's like, this is already in my house. I'm using it. Mally, wait, 3 hours ahead of me. Yeah, that. And as for the cosplay, I'm actually a low-key kind of person. I don't really like to stand out, but I like the attention. I don't know how that works, but it's kind of who I know exactly what you mean. You know, I like being the person in the background, making sure things work. Yeah, high five. Same. Like, I like being acknowledged for the effort I've put in, but I don't want to be, you know, the one with the spotlight. I totally understand that sentiment. Kind of a workhorse. I totally understand you. Just don't work yourself to death. That's all I ask. No burning out. Give yourself breaks. Whatever it is you're doing or working on. In any aspect of your life. My dolls will cosplay in my stead, says Prince. That is also totally fine and amazing, and I like that you make dolls. I think it's cute. Uses lighters, lol. Easier to find. Yeah. Well, I don't smoke, so like I had to go out and buy a lighter. And then when that ran out, I was like, oh wait, we have the grill lighters. Why haven't I been using that? And my first thought was, you know, because it's big and bulky. And I'm like, no, we're using it because it's free. It was given to us. I'd have to spend money on another cigarette lighter, and it wouldn't last as long. And they don't last near as long. So, and I've been using this one for, I don't even know how long. And we have 2 others. There's one in the garage with my bench jewelry stuff, mostly out there to light the candles that are out there, which I don't have candles and the torch on at the same time. I'm not that dumb. But I have the candle on if I'm sawing or filing or something. But like I haven't had much chance to be out. Oh, this one. Oh man, I skipped. I'll go under that side. And then the third one is actually with the grill that Ixo's dad handed down to us that he was using last week, I think. So, yeah. I do candle and incense too. I love candles, but like my nose has been so bad that I can't smell them, but I love them anyway. But I only burn them out there in the garage because Ixo does not like candles. He does not like incense. Because his nose works. And it's just something that's just too strong for him. Come on, chair. Scooch. I should probably get like a desk mat instead of just the carpet. I liberate friends' lighters sometimes. Well, still smokers' lighters. I'm not even friends with smokers because I don't smoke and I just avoid them, you know, like, not because I don't approve of smokers. I'm just not friends with anybody who does smoke or, you know, close enough to have accidentally acquired their lighters, you know. I have acquaintances and old past coworkers who smoke, but I don't have close friends that do, which is good for me. Like, that's fine. I don't, yeah. Need to be careful with the incenses. For you, why? Smokers are siblings. Ah, gotcha. So you have relatives. That's a whole lot different. You know, when I am out at a show, because this doesn't fit in my like travel kit, I leave it at home. So, like, having a lighter out at an event when I'm, like, beading on site, you know, is handy. But if I absolutely need one, I'm like, crap, which vendor smokes? And, you know, I remembered, finally, which vendor actually smokes. And so, like, I go ask her, can I borrow your cigarette lighter for a second? She looks at me funny. I'm like, I need to melt some thread. Sensitivity, sense of smell can be flowery. Yeah, like the hyacinth behind me, I can actually smell them really well. So like the first day they were here, I was like, I gotta put them in the other room. I'm getting a headache. But that was like one of the first days that like I had prescription Claritin. So like I could actually smell for the first time in like years. So I'm not used to flowers actually having scents. I'm just used to them only looking pretty. This is a revelation for my nose. How long have I been dealing with this? I'm very upset. Can't be flowery. Gotcha. Oh, I totally meant to cut off the threads on the other ones and I didn't yet. Oops. I just kept holding the red one. You guys distract me even out of my own habits. How'd you do that? Yeah, when you're weaving in threads on loom work, you always want to skip the first row or you're just like unweaving your work. So skip the first row, go through the wefts on like the next several rows. I do 7 is what I've been doing on these dominoes. I don't do any more than 8. Mostly because my needles are short and also because like after 6 rows it doesn't even really matter anyway. They never come undone vertically, so you're good. And you don't break beads at all, like ever, which is great. I love lighters. I love just breaking out the lighter on stream, and it's like, what? There was fire? Can smell flowers from down the street. Oh, really? I can smell strawberries. That's the one scent, even with a congested nose, that I can smell. Just instantaneously. Strawberries. I'm lucky that it's a nice, pretty smell, though, so Yeah, that's good. And I love strawberries. They're delicious. And pretty. And cute. And colorful. I've never grown them though. That would be fun. I don't think I have like the capacity to build the vertical. Well, I could if I really wanted to, but I don't currently have any ways to support the vines. I would probably buy a strawberry planter if I were to grow strawberries. Just saying. And use it for its actual purpose. I don't grow food though. I enjoy growing flowers. And flower arranging through natural growth and the surprises that gives you. I think that's super fun and interesting and transient. I love the transience of plants. Like the ever-changing qualities of them. That actually appeals to me. Like it's not for good. And so you just stop and what you're doing and you observe and you appreciate what's actually in front of you right that moment, because it's not going to be that way tomorrow. Like, I promise you it's not. And if you think it is, that's exactly when it's not. Like my iris out front, it had 3 blooms and now it's like not. It's like 2. I love that bulbs bloom at different times, but it's sad that they only bloom once. Whoops. Here you go. My hyacinths are in full bloom. Apparently, when Ixo's mom bought them, that they were all closed up, so I get to actually enjoy almost the full length of the bloom, so that's cool. A domino. 1 dot. Just some fuzzy black. Oh well. Good designs for beads. I love iris. Yes. So that's what the domino looks like after you've woven in your ends. I need the restroom again, so I'm gonna take another break, but I've got 2 more to do. So, and then we'll weave them onto the loom, and then we'll probably call stream because I've been live for over 3 hours. So, oh wait, no, I started early. Oh, okay, that's what happened. I started before 2. I'm like, wait. Shouldn't we be somewhere more past 5? Nah. I just jumped the gun. Alright. I need to pee. Again. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Hello. Oh, for anybody who is new to stream and you like the cozy cool vibes hanging out here, you can continue them on the Discord. Especially if you're interested in beading, you want to watch what people are making, both myself and other beaders in the community. I make a huge effort to collect everybody in one place. Can't guarantee they're all gonna stay there, but that's where most of the beaters on Twitch are. Crazy Riot 911. Hello and welcome. Thank you for beating my friend. Welcome to the Beatbox. How are you today? But yeah, hang out in the Discord if you love any and all things beadwork or are just interested, or you make other stuff and you want to share what you make too. We don't discriminate. We like all the crafters. You guys know makers and crafting is like the best place on the Twitchverse and on the interverse, interwebs. You know, because it's where I spend all my time online, is lurking in chats, participating in chats, streaming myself, and then like hanging out in various Discords. Obviously there are so many, so like I totally get it if you don't have the mental capacity for another one, but if you've been looking for a beading one, we talk beads. Like tiny pieces of glass. We're all magpies. Don't lie. You're a magpie. Cut the threads off these other dominoes and then start weaving in the last bits of these ends and then weaving them onto the loom. Oh my gosh, this is a complicated project. A complicated project full of easy steps. I was thinking of making small boxes for others to use. Ooh, schmancy. Like paper boxes? Like the ones you showed the other day? Or are you gonna like bead some boxes? You gonna go QT Mousy levels of just jumping right in the deep end and just bead some boxes? I actually need to make a beaded box. Like every time I look at Katie Dean's website, I'm like, I want all the things, and it's like decision paralysis and I buy none of the things. And every time I'm like on various parts of the internet or searching through books or just like going through different resources, I'm like, oh, that's a cute box. Oh, it's Katie Dean, go figure. Or I was on the Toho challenge, like their competition site for Toho beads, and I always forget that the Toho challenge even exists. And I was going through the most recent years and I'm like, that is the most complicated beaded box I've ever seen. Katie Dean. Oh, go figure. I draw pretty patterns. Ooh, yes. I love me the pretty patterns. I scraped my elbow yesterday. I was leaning on a cement wall out on my walk, and then like I turned around to, you know, go sit down, and I scraped my elbow, and now it's like on the desk, and I'm like, ow, 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 ow. Don't do that. Stop it. Yeah, Katie Dean beaded boxes. That's actually who I would buy patterns from for specific boxes. I would still check out Julia's books from the library, but like Katie's boxes. I think she also does like some self-published like zine type things somewhere. Not like, well, maybe like blurb books, maybe it's somewhere else. I think that'd be cool too, to check some of Katie Dean's stuff out like that. So on the side with the gray, I stop short of the line. On the side with just the solid, I go to the line, because that's 7 each way. These are like 15 row dominoes. And you always gotta skip the first one, so when you're weaving in. I'm turning the music down now. I think I've had enough. At its present volume. Just a little. Just enough. Ooh, this thread is very short. How did I manage to get shorter ones? Oh, I was playing around with stuff earlier. I was demonstrating something else, and so I accidentally ended up with short thread. We're good though. I manage. This is why I make them longer on the clover loom, because I know that I'm gonna need the extra space. And they're just about the same length as how I did my first several on the big loom. I'm gonna be very happy to be done with this project. I've been working on it for, I'm gonna say, multiple months at this point. Like, it's one of the few things that I have started this year. I have not started a lot, but this is one of the things I have started this year. Another new start I want for this year is I've been having an easier time with earrings lately. I've been able to wear titanium a little longer than usual, and I had bought myself some niobium hooks recently, so these are nickel-free. And I bought them just for me, and I want to do little blue jellyfish. maybe mushroom jellyfish, but like at least jellyfish, but maybe mushroom jellyfish. Like the one that I made my sister a little while back. Actually, you guys can see it here. Brian, where were my beading? Did I do finishes? I don't think I got good photos, but where's my jelly boy at? I want to show him. I want to show him. Alright, so like I made a jellyfish, but it's also a mushroom. I made it for my little sister. The mushroom itself is a Beading by Hannah tutorial on YouTube. And then the jellyfish, I looked up the 2-bead peyote herringbone twist from like Jill Weisman's tutorial, and so I just smushed them together. And then these big beads help make the decreases happen so that the limbs are all like this. But I want the earrings to be just straight down 2-bead herringbone twist legs. So, but I don't know if I want to make it a mushroom jelly or if I just want it to be a regular jelly. Because I've wanted to make jellyfish earrings for a long time, and like I don't usually do big earrings, but like I've never had fish hooks for myself before. Well, I did. I had Argentium silver, but then I ended up using them and cleaning them up for Elf because she was hypoallergenic. So like, yeah. So I want to try out niobium for myself, and so I just want to make myself something stupid and fun. Stupid and fun. That isn't inventory. That is something new that I haven't ever made before, and yeah, like I like the big jelly boy, like the big jellyfish mushroom dude, but I wanted to see if I could go smaller, if I could go earring sized with them, because I think that'd be cool. And like, I just want to try them out, you know. The earring findings are for myself. If I decide that I don't like the size of the jellyfish, I can put them on ear wires for customers, you know. But these ear wires are for me to try out my designs for myself so I can see how they actually hang without actually putting somebody else's ear wires in my actual ears, but I can't wear the findings that I usually use for people because most people don't have allergies for their ears. Not everybody anyway. And I just want something that's just for me, so yay. And if it's fun, and if I enjoy wearing them, and if I like them, I'll keep them, and if they're too big and too huge for me, but I still like them, I'll sell them. You know, whatever. I do that all the time anyway, like, you know, a piece that I absolutely adored making, I'll keep it for a while. I'll wear it for a while. Sometimes it stays in my jewelry box. Sometimes it lives there temporarily and it comes back out and it gets sold. Sometimes somebody buys it off my neck if I've decided I'm keeping it for myself, you know, but then I'm not going to turn down the sale. Like, no, that's not happening. So I have two like dainty necklaces right now that are in my box, and then I have a bracelet that I remade for myself from something I made a long time ago. So, and then I have 3 bracelets, and I have 2 necklaces that I've kept for myself that I can recall. One bracelet, another guy in town made, so I didn't actually bead that one, but he did. And I don't have any earrings because I haven't been able to wear them really. So like, I have ear wires that I am fairly confident will work well with my ears. And I just want to make some practice earrings for myself. I used to have some Waldo earrings, the same guy, he had made them. But I turned one into a needle minder and one into a keychain that's actually on my key ring right now. So Waldo was earrings, but like one of the loops fell apart just from gravity. And so I repurposed them, kept the artwork intact, and just reused the Waldos. So I don't make earrings for myself. I think I have some 14 karat gold plated studs that I can do some studs for myself, like little ladybugs or something. You know, because I don't wear a heck of a lot of jewelry, but it's mostly like decision paralysis, you know, for the same reason that I don't like have a tattoo, is because you could have anything, you know. In this case, I don't know how to tattoo, but like I know how to make jewelry, and I can make anything for myself, and then I don't. Lame. Silly. Mostly just silly, not lame, but silly. And so like I wouldn't know what to do for studs for me. Typically something that makes me laugh, but you know, even the jewelry I make for me, I don't always keep for me. Just sometimes I keep stuff for me, and it's usually something I wasn't even expecting to. Like my I don't want a speech bracelet is something I wear all the time. I don't wanna. No, I don't wanna. And my no and Y speech bubbles are pins, and they live on my hat. Most stuff I make is for others. Most stuff I make is to sell, so technically for others. So I get it. And most of the stuff I make for myself didn't turn out quite what I was hoping. And so I keep it for myself for a while, or I get tired of it, or I actually really loved it, you know. Occasionally I make a gift, but it's usually gonna be for somebody really, really close to me. You know, somebody I talk to quite often, if it's somebody online, or the last thing I made was the jellyfish mushroom for my little sister. It was a late birthday present for her. Because I knew that she liked jellyfish because she's been painting jellyfish a lot lately. I didn't know that she was also painting mushrooms lately. I just had seen a post of hers on Facebook where she's like, I usually don't do whatever the type of selfie it was, you know. But this one has a mushroom in it, so I'll let it pass. That's what the caption on the picture was, and I'm like, oh, she lacking the mushrooms. Just some cute foresty, glittery something, you know. So I'm like, that's fun. She also liked the jellyfish. Can I make them together? And so that's just how my brain went, and then I just did it that day. Yeah, Prince, you make stuff for others. You make gifts. You make cool things. I still haven't done any cloth thimbles. The library book ended up going back, and I didn't actually make any. Whoops. I want to look up different Yubanuki patterns. I didn't quite like the ones in that book, so I think that's part of why I didn't do anything. Come on, there we go. And that's just thread that was hidden from weaving back and forth, but it's fine, I can cut it off. Yay, work meeting over, Mally the Panda, thank you. Yay, work meeting over, hooray. Hope it was not exhausting. But yeah, I don't know. What was I just talking about? I was talking about jellyfish and mushrooms because I made my sister a jellyfish mushroom. And I wanted to make myself some jellyfish earrings because I doodled them down forever ago. And like, we're talking new starts. Like, I haven't made many brand new starts this year. Things that weren't already in progress or an idea floating around or something that I had written down. And this domino bracelet was one of my few new starts this year. I've had under 20. I don't want to say that I've had under 10 because I, had 4 new bracelets that I made that I had not planned to. And inventory doesn't count because that's intentionally designed. But like, carried away with something, new start kind of things. The domino bracelet is one, and the jellyfish earrings are like, yeah, I want to do that. I'm getting at the Tuesday ones aren't that difficult at all. It's just a company feature update we do weekly. Okay, cool. So it's just what's new, what's different, how do we change, where do we go? Update, like you said. So that's good. I'm glad. Nobody needs complex on a Tuesday. Says me making a complex bracelet on a Tuesday. To be fair, I thought I was done with it last night. I thought all I had was the final weaving in the end of the ends, and then I test fit it, and it was half an inch too short. So I'm like, oh. Well, if it's half an inch too short for me, that means it will only fit somebody fairly small-ish to average size wrist. So I need average size wrist to, slightly above average sized wrist. So I need to go more for the 7.5 to 8 inch size instead of, because my wrist is like 6 1/4, 6.5, somewhere in there. At its most tightest, my wrist is 6 inches. Like if I really pull tight. Yeah. So like lax, my wrist is 6.5. But I can do a 6 1/4. So 6.5, which means I need this bracelet to be 7.5, which means I need the full length of it to at least be 8 1/4 maybe, for the extra weaving and snap closure bits. Oh, you're fine, I promise. Besides, you do great work. Thank you. I try. This is some of my more complicated work recently. This is some of my more easier work, which is my little dragonflies that I designed a while back. It was going to be an earring, but he was too big for the price that was paid, so I had to design smaller. That was hard. And then I went too small for the price that was paid. She paid $30, and this is $20 worth of work. And so, like, I finally got a $30 size pair of dragonflies. Last week was tough. They were cute, though. So now I have inventory for all the sizes. And I have a dragonfly that's even bigger than the one that's on the bobby pin. I have a brooch-sized one that, like, is huge. or necklace sized. This could also be necklace sized, but be a smaller necklace pendant. So yeah, hey dragonfly, try. You succeeded. It was hard to get the right size though. Like it was. I had made the big one on stream, and then after stream I was like, okay, I gotta rechart and try smaller. And so I tried smaller, which was a natural design with what the beads look like. And then I got them both done, and I'm like, shit, this is too small for $30, because like I know the amount of work that's going into my own stuff, and I know the mentality of people in town are sometimes like, that's not enough for what I paid you. Yeah, it's weird. I live in Texas. Go figure. But I just felt bad all week, and I left it for a couple days, you know, and I'm like, I can't give her dragonflies this small. And so like that Thursday night last week, I think ish, roughly, I got the program back out, and I spent a couple hours charting and recharting and recharting and recharting this dragonfly over and over and over again for like a slightly bigger size. And I finally got it, but it was not easy. Which is a lot more work than $30 by the end of it. But that means I have future dragonflies I can sell when I do make the patterns again, because they will always sell. Just one of those things. Yeah. So mostly this week, I just want this piece finished. And I've been saying that for a couple weeks, but I haven't really like focused on it. It's just, I started it in a nice big hurry rush, got a whole heck of a lot done, and then it sat for a while, and then like it sat on the loom, and it being on the loom was the reason I bought the bigger loom, and then I've made like 20 other bracelets since, and then now I'm coming back to it. Mallie, not gonna lie, I've been looking at your website. I saw earrings and was like, I need those. You can click purchase. I have a post office. I can mail them to you. Which earrings were they? I'm curious. This is good compliment. I like when people click through to the website. I love that my website is not cookie cutter. I love that my store is hosted on my old blog. That just makes me insanely happy inside, and like, who needs rules? I don't follow those. I need to get paid again first. No worries. We all understand the struggles. As for which ones, I saw the ones in the frame above your hand. Oh, the watermelons? No. I don't know. I have a lot of earrings on there. But yeah, most of them are triangles. I needed to upload the Mothra wing earrings, but I didn't. But I got pictures, so that's on the list. The next thing on the list actually to list is a grape zipper pull charm. It's been on the list for too long. Last week, I don't know what happened. Oh, those are dominoes. Yes, these are dominoes. That's what I was looking at. Love it. Gotcha. Dominoes. Yeah, so these are the small, just itty bitty version of the huger bracelet, which is mini dominoes. These are all dominoes. That's what I've been making all day. Kind of fell in love with the black ones. Gotcha. Yes, that was all I could see. Aha. So each and every one of these is a domino. They are going in number order, but also alternating colors at the same time. So, like, I made a lot of work for myself. these are going up. And then it's going to start again at the blank blank. Ouch. And then the blank 1, and then the 1 1. In that order, in the opposite direction. Yeah, so this is a bracelet. It doesn't look like a bracelet. It looks like a what the hell are you doing? I can't visually understand this. But, so like, you know, when this one is on the loom, and pretend it has the threads coming off the sides, right? You know, it's easy to see, okay, that's just, you know, peaches and eggplants, and it's gonna, you know, be a flat bracelet. Well, with this, I could have woven it with the dominoes facing up, but I figured that that would just get in the way a lot, so I just wove it with the dominoes facing down. So what you're seeing here is the back of the bracelet. This is the bit that is going to touch the wrist, and everything else here is going to flare out in a circle. And on this side, I have half of a snap. It's actually both parts of the snap snapped together at the moment, but half a snap is sewn onto that side. And then when I get this to the right length again, the other half of the snap will be sewn on the end here. That way it's kind of a hidden closure. You know, at a glance, it looks like a hidden closure. You look closer, there's a couple different layers like this with the snap in the middle, right? So that's kind of the plan. So cool. Know exactly what you're going for, and I'm all for it. I thought I had enough dominoes last night. I did a test fit. I was half an inch short. So I'm aiming for like another 1.5 inches maybe, which is, you know, 12 dominoes at most. If I stop at 9 dominoes, then I'd have 3 dominoes to use for like a necklace thing or something. I don't know. But yeah, so this is a straight flat piece of loom work, you know. You can wear it whichever direction you want the eggplants to face. This is a 3-dimensional piece of loom work, and I don't have 3-dimensional pieces of loom work often, but I can show you other examples of what loom work can look like, because it's actually like my favorite part of beadwork is loom work. It's where I started, and it's where I experiment the most. Me some other bracelets. And like, get these guys out. So here is an example of a bracelet with some 3D embellishment on it. So it's just a flat bracelet. These are Christmas presents, but the little bows stick out off the presents. And it's super cute. Haja! Hello, Queen Home Slice. Enjoy your beauty while I show off other types of bracelets, okay? Loom work! We're looking for loom work. Come here, loom work. Other bits of bracelets, I can go as skinny as 1 row. I can do gradients. This is a fancy piece of loom work done with rose montees that sparkle, which are beads with holes in 2 directions, and it's shaped beadwork with increases and decreases along the length. A butt ton of work. There's the back of the montees. There's actually a tutorial that I have in progress. I don't think I've released the PDF tutorial, but this was the last thing I ever got published, which is a terrible experience. But, you know, loom work can do all sorts of stuff. Valley of the Bandit. I have a bunch of family that does beadwork, and it's really a lot harder and time consuming than people think it is. I've got a ton of respect for you because I know how difficult it can be to do without going cross. Thanks for the compliment. I've been beading for 20 years at this point, so like I am very aware that I make it look easy. And I hate that I make it look easy because people who are just starting it for the first time get really frustrated with themselves. And so I try to teach the easier concepts to start and build from there when people are interested in learning. Oh, we've got an optical illusion here. So, you know, tumbling blocks. Hey. Ooh, make your eyes cross. Ooh, go the other way. That one's fun. So, even with flat beadwork, loom work, you can get cool stuff happening. And I have like way more examples of what loom work can do when you add in like shaped beads and all sorts of stuff, but like a lot of that stuff has sold. This is just stuff I have on hand right now. And here we go. We have a little Santa cactar. He doesn't have his little running legs, but he's a Santa cactar. Where this bit is loomed, we have the little present bows. We have little bits of brick stitch work. No. This is square stitch worked off the end. It's actually lined up correctly. And then I have square stitch arms worked off the ends. I do the same thing with bumblebees, except I do brick stitch wings off the edges, you know, and part of his Santa hat is also flying off the edge of the strip itself, which is the width of the cactus body. So I like increasing and decreasing at the rows and on the edges, and then like this is a loop made out of the loom work and then woven into the piece, you know. So like there's a lot you can do. Even with just the simpler aspects of loom work, you can make it complicated really fast. My bracelet! It has your name on it. It has your dibs. Let me know when you're ready for the invoice. Guys, I typically only invoice like before I make something. So like when you hear me say something about let me know when you're ready for the invoice, it's because I really trust a person. But like I've been friends with Queen Home Slice. Like, is it half my life yet? I don't know. Not yet, but we're there. We're getting close. We're getting close, friend. Mally, there's no need to get upset about that. You have experience and skill that not everyone else has. It's a very valuable thing to be able to do, and that's awesome. Thank you very much. But yeah, so like there's all sorts of stuff, and these are my price tags on here. So if you do want this little teeny skinny bracelet, it is $10. But if you want something wider like this, it's $60. Well, this one's $65 technically, but it's $60 is our budget. I had to go an extra row. And even wider, it's like $85. So, you know, the bigger it is, the more expensive it is, or the more convoluted and complex it is, the more expensive it is. Even though, like, these are the same price, these two bracelets, but actually this one, yeah, no, these are the same price. But this one's more complicated to make and takes longer because of thread paths do all these nonsense spaghetti things, and so it takes longer. It takes longer to weave in the ends because I have to cut them from here, and then I have to warp and wane, and it's a mess. I like it though. It's fun. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. That's what I describe beadwork as to people who've never beaded. To me, because I love jigsaw puzzles too, and I loved them first before beads even. To me, beadwork is like a jigsaw puzzle, but you don't have the picture, and you don't know what you're making, and you don't know what it's going to look like ahead of time. You might have a vague idea of this is something that has flowers, you know, and so you try to put together flowers, but in the end you ended up with butterfly wings, you know. And that's an example. It's not even like something that actually happened, but like, yeah. That's what beadwork is to me. It's like a jigsaw puzzle with no rules. And sometimes those edges are fake. Ah, look, an edge. No, it's a fake edge. Ah, look, a fake edge. An inner edge. Don't you guys love those puzzles? When you're like, curse you. I enjoy the trickery of them, but I dislike the fact that they don't actually interconnect with anything else. So fake edges annoy me more, not because it's tricking me into thinking it's an edge, but because it doesn't interlock with anything, and therefore the puzzle is all slidey and movie when you're trying to keep your pieces still. I love jigsaw puzzles. That's something I probably might consider streaming. I don't have much space. I did assemble my stave puzzle on stream for Valentine's Day because it's so little. So, you know, I have technically assembled a jigsaw puzzle on stream for glow-in-the-dark Valentine's Day. I love puzzles so much, says Elisa. Oh, man. If we were friends in 2007, I would email you stave puzzles. Queen Homeslice knows what I mean. Callie, have you found anything similar ever to the stave puzzle message? Like, at all? I've never looked since. But if you ever find anything like that, let me know. And I can email you guys puzzles. You should get Puzzles with Friends on Steam. Ooh. Hello! The puzzles! I would love to do puzzles with friends. Is that what Crafty, like, Positively Crafty was doing? That one day on her stream, everybody was working on a puzzle together. Is that what that was? I didn't actually ask. I just went puzzle, and I stayed long after stream to finish the very complicated puzzle. It didn't even rotate, and it was very complicated. Mally the Panda, puzzles really are a lot of fun. I haven't done one in years because they don't have a lot of room to do them or hang them up after, but they are so much fun. I'm the same way with jigsaw puzzles as I am with books. I don't personally hold on to books that I've read unless they really, really hit home. Unless they really, really stick for one reason or another. I'm the same way with jigsaw puzzles. I will work the puzzle and I will love every minute of it, and I'll probably all do it in the same day and get no sleep, and then I won't ever work it again. Very rarely, you know. I won't even keep it. I'll donate it, and the next thrift puzzle that I find, I'll work that and donate it, and yeah, you know. The only exception I will ever make is if I ever find a copy of Sillyville. I want Sillyville the jigsaw puzzle because that one is sentimental to me. I got my love of puzzles from my grandma and my mom. My grandma owned most of the puzzles. I owned some like small kid puzzles, but like my grandma owned some of the bigger piece puzzles. And my mom would work them with me when we were at my grandma's house. So, yeah. That's most of my bonding memories with my mom is working jigsaw puzzles. And arts of various sorts. But yeah, oh gosh, I have not. You'll be the first to know. If you find something, yes, please. I still have some of like the old emails that you received a puzzle. Obviously, we can't go back and look and see what the puzzle is, but you know, I still have some of the messages of what you sent and what I sent to you. And to Ixo as well, like I informed him of what Stave e-puzzles were. And I think I kept some of Tyler's too, but I don't know. I haven't like seen or heard anything out of that guy in like probably a decade on my end at least. Like I haven't looked. He was hard to reach anyway, so like he just fell out of my communication circles. Love puzzles. It's what got me into competitive Tetris. Ooh. You don't sleep very much as is, by the way. Feel free to call me Mal. Mal. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Competitive Tetris. I am terrified of competitive Tetris. I love Tetris. Ixo would be much greater at competitive Tetris than I am. He plays actually Tetris 99, and he's played the online Tetris Effect events. So I thought I loved Tetris for the longest time until like I realized how much Ixo loves Tetris. Because he didn't tell me how much he loved Tetris when we first got together. So it was years of us being together before we found like the next Tetris, which I really love that version of. It's for the PlayStation 1. And then we would play that together, and that was when I realized, oh, he loves Tetris. Like, I thought I loved Tetris, but that's not true. Like, I've even made a Tetris dress. I have sewn for Tetris. And I don't love Tetris enough. What a human memory. Yeah, exactly. And then, like, yeah, Tetris Effect is great. I love the soundtrack. It's the same guy who did Rez, so of course the soundtrack was going to be great. Green Home Slice. Oh yeah, me neither. I don't think I have any puzzle messages anymore. I can screenshot you the ones I still have if you want. Because I when I got my Gmail account, I made sure to forward everything from my Yahoo. And so I have a folder in my Gmail that was from Yahoo. Or from people I know, actually know. There we go. Okay, I think I got all 3 of them done up. Let's burn any untidy ends. Man, my embroidery scissors just aren't quite sharp enough for upholstery thread sometimes. I don't quite get it cut all the way down. And upholstery thread leaves bigger blobs of melted thread, but this piece, there's so much visual information anyway that you'll never really notice the little bits. So I'm taking care to hide as much as we'll hide. Mal, I love Tetris 99. Look up Puyo Puyo Tetris games or any game done by Wumbo. You'll lose your mind watching some of the stuff. No, thank you. I would lose my mind. There's actually something called the CTWC, Competitive Tetris World Championship. I have watched some of those. They're great. It got me into really watching competitive Tetris games, and that's done on the original Tetris game on NES. Yes, I actually sat through and watched one of the competitions one year, and it was fantastic. I can't, just the rocking motion, that just boggles my mind. Same with, competitive speed cubing. No. I still don't know the freaking algorithm to get this fixed, Mostly it's just me guessing on the end pieces like that. So, no. I get it wrong. Because I haven't really memorized what actually does that yet. Because I don't solve the cube upside down like other people, so I can't bend the algorithms around in my head to make white up instead of yellow up, and it irritates the crap out of me. But I watched somebody solve the puppet cube on YouTube. A friend had sent it to me. That's not gonna work. And I was just how do you know all these things? See, and then I ended up with this, and it's I don't know how to do the thing where you do the thing, and me guessing eventually gets me to something that I know how to solve, and then and then I can sometimes maybe do it, but I don't know where to do the what, and then go this way maybe. And I get stuck on the bottom layer all the time because I don't know anything that actually fixes this problem, but held from this direction, because all the instructions are held from yellow. So, curses. And I've been that way my whole life. I taught myself how to solve a Rubik's Cube, but that last bit always gets me because I don't have anything I've come up with myself that works, because I am shit at reading cube directions. I always get them wrong. Even when I'm following it exactly, I get counterclockwise and clockwise mixed up when I'm trying to actually learn the algorithms and fix it myself. But I tried recently to follow the instructions to solve the square one again, because I have solved it before myself as a kid. But, I haven't solved it as an adult. Let me back up. And so I was okay, well, I got this far. I got it back into a square. How do I get these 2 pieces to flip? And, I couldn't remember how to do it. And so I was looking at instructions, and I still couldn't do it. I still can't follow clockwise and counterclockwise directions on cube puzzles. So a lot of the end finishing bits are guesswork for me, and it sucks. Just want to learn how to do them in general. Do it. Sorry for derailing your stream. Those scissors are pretty. Thank you. RLB gave them to me. She sent them to me as a thank you. Not recently. Last year, year before. Oh, and the scissors actually have a home. I made a scissor case. I made it at the end of last year, beginning of this year. So yeah, I get distracted easily. That means stream's like probably almost over for me anyway. Like, don't feel bad. Derailing is good. I just like to get chatty. This is my ice cream scissor case. All of my Reginalds live in here, and so do my polka dot glow-in-the-dark scissors for my glow streams. So I have, and this is all bead point. This is all like needle point with beads that's been embellished on top with sprinkles. And it's 4 layers, you know, there's a front pocket here. There's a piece of lining, both of these. There's a middle pocket. There's a back pocket. Purple is all that I had at the time, so it's like whatever. So all the Reginalds, that's their name. Chat named them forever ago. They all live in here. And the rainbow one is Regina. And they all have last names. Oh, that is just, I'm obsessed with that. Yes. It was a very fun project to work on. This was one of those projects that I was like, it's like a good book you can't put down. This was a good project I couldn't put down, and I did it over the course of maybe a month. No, I did all of the needlepoint over the course of a week, and then like I gave it a little bit of a rest, and then I did the assembly. So like the whole thing took over the course of a month, but really it was like almost nonstop. And then it's whip stitched with beads together on the edges to match up with the patterns. So there was a lot of layering happen in this. This was like Photoshop layers, but beads, basically. Oh, and look, I streamed the whole time. Cool. All right. But yeah, and this is a Serenadia keychain fob, Tree of Life. But yeah, I love the scissor case. The scissor case is great. This was one of my favorite projects. And I made it for me. And yeah. Yeah. Inspired by this project out of Ann Benson's Bead Point book. Right to the page. How weird is that? But this one was only beaded on one side. It was only beaded on the front side, and the other side had like just a layer of whatever material you're using. But it shows you how to do it, you know. And here was the chart for that. So I took the initial chart for this was stitched in size 15 beads. I wasn't gonna go that crazy. I'm not that insane, and I only had 14 count instead of smaller. So I reduced the size. I increased the size of the beads, which means I reduced the total number of beads per side. And I kind of did a combination of this, but with like a perler shape for ice cream that I really liked. Yeah. Yeah, that was one of those ideas I'd had for years, and I finally got around to it. So I did rainbow unicorn swirl and mint chocolate chip. And both of them have Toho sprinkles. So those are little tiny bugle beads. And then this one is Tila's and half Tila's and bugle beads. It was very fun to make. Smoothies, watermelon, pizza slice, and Christmas tree earrings were the ones I was looking at, by the way. Yeah, so of course you like the ice cream case, right? And they came out looking fantastic. Thank you. I totally agree. This was really fun to make. It was really fun to chart. It was just really fun in general. That was one of those, got carried away with it. Like I'd had plans to make it for years and years, and then like last October I went to an estate sale down the street from me, and there was just a buttload of Ada. I'm like, you know what? Because I just purchased this, I should probably make use of it, and so I did. I am going to tie on a new thread here between 2 rows, because this is back at the beginning where I started this project. Alright, needle minder, you can go up here They do stick to your loom, but I'm going to set it off to the side so that the loom won't stick to it while I'm trying to show you what I'm doing. Alright, so I've tied my thread off to the side over here because I need to exit on the left. Coming through this piece of this row right here, which is a blank row. I'm alternating. One row is a base of a domino. One row is a blank row of gray beads, which means I need to get beads out. Bring those back over here. But yeah. So the next row needs to be the blank white domino. Because this one is a red 6/6 domino, so I'm starting up in number order. I was going down when I was weaving this direction, but now I'm going up in order since I'm weaving this direction. Like I said, I already have like the clasp woven onto this side, and I'm not going to undo that work. So, you know, whatever. And all the patterns for all of these dominoes will be available on my Patreon once I get the project finished. I will blog about it on Patreon and have a downloadable file of the charts. So, like, even though, you know, it's pretty easy to guess what a number chart, what a chart is gonna look like, you know, in loom and square stitch, you know, it's there for those who want to support and get the pattern charts of all the pieces I make as I finish them. Like, literally, as I finish them. Part of what I do is I list it online, and part of me listing things online is talking about it on the blog, and if it's applicable, putting the chart on Patreon. So, yeah. Says, gotta go again, Tam. I love and miss you. Bye. Hope you have a great, fantastic, wonderful day, and I miss your face. I miss your face. Have a good day. And so, like, when I put this on the loom, it's not any different than what I was using the mini loom, but there's a lot of thread already in the ends of these, so sometimes I have to go through them one bead at a time just so I don't break my needle or break the beads. So I go down through the bead, come up where it should be going over the next warp thread, pull it through, and do it again. I'm just going slow and careful because I don't want to bust anything. Like, at all. So just like that, and then we turn it over and our domino is in place. It's stuck nice and tidy. The following row is going to be just solid gray beads. It's a spacer row, basically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Double count if you need to. And this is just, this row right here is the basics of loom work. Is you bring your beads underneath, you push one up in between each set of threads, push it down if you want, and you go past through all the beads again. I rock my needle back and forth to make sure that I see silver on top. If you see silver on top of your threads all the way across, that means you're good. That means your beads are captured correctly and you're good to go for the next round. And so you would do that over and over and over again in whatever your pixel art pattern is to make something like this. If it were just flat. But mine's not just flat, so I have to weave in little weird dominoes. And who is calling me? Give me a second. Hey, sorry about that. It was my little sister. I didn't know if it was going to be like super important emergency or not, so I answered it anyway. Nobody really ever calls me, but like if she's calling me, you know, it's kind of a toss-up. It was good, happy news that she wants to share. So, nothing super major, important. Got to deal with it right now, but yeah. She's like, I didn't know you were alive. I'm like, it's okay. I love you too. And so with the dominoes, it's a little trickier because typically you can push that row of beads up in the loom work, but I just go through one bead at a time, making sure the needle is over the thread if I can. If it's starting to feel a bit tight, like it is right now, I'm pulling the needle through, pushing the domino further into place, and then doing the whole go through one bead at a time. And like, make sure I'm not missing any. Because you don't want to miss going over a warp thread, because if you do that too often, then your work will just start falling apart. It does happen every great now and again, and it's okay if you do it once or twice, but like you don't want to accidentally not pass your needle over threads, because then yeah, your beads just aren't secured. And that's the entire point of doing it this way. So sometimes it's a bit tricky. Sometimes the beads are full of thread, which is what I found to be the case in this project. I'm using a size 11 needle. I would typically be looming with a size 10 needle, but there's so much thread in these that I don't want to break them, and the thinner needle is going to be better for you. And so do that again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And I'll do a test fit for you guys. I know it's not going to be long enough, but I'm still going to do a test fit for you guys so you can see what this bracelet is actually really going to look like. Because it's at the end, and it's just like I'm just adding enough to get up to the length that it needs to be so I can finish it and be done. Finishes. It's like the whole Scorpio move at the, you know. Mortal Kombat. Damn. Knocked over my chapstick. Flipped my light off. Alright, so this is the last domino that I have ready at the moment. I might need to make more, and I would do that on a little loom again. This is the Clover mini loom. Does it say? It says Clover, but it doesn't say mini loom. But it's Clover, which is a Japanese brand of cool, nifty little hand tools. There we go. Clover. I like Clover tools. And they make all sorts of things for like sewing accessories, beading accessories, knitting, crochet, all sorts of things. I think there's like crochet hooks that are Clovers. I prefer like Tulip brand for some stuff, and I prefer Clover for other stuff. It just really depends. But I try out all sorts of types of looms. I personally am not a fan of the jewel loom. Jewel, as in like shiny, sparkly. It's just not my thing. And yeah, that sucks. Very tiny hooks, yes. I have a very tiny tulip crochet hook, which is nice. I've got a 1 millimeter, so it's not super tiny, but it's pretty tiny. It's tiny enough for my needs. Maybe I'd have an easier time with bead crochet with size 11 beads if I went for a 0.75 or a 0.5 millimeter tulip crochet hook. I think those exist. I probably would have an easier time. I think the 1 millimeter is probably better suited for size 8s. I think I'm just most comfortable with size 8s anyway, because I hate bead crochet. 0.6. Is that a tulip size? Yeah, that's what I would need then. I don't know. Something under a millimeter. I don't even know if I'd have thread that would work with something under a millimeter, because this crochet, I use upholstery thread for crochet thread a lot when I do bead crochet. Because I like the colors it comes in. Is tiny. The last one I used was like pink, but like, it's just black. Do you have diameter on you? No, of course not. Just upholstery thread. That's all we got. E's tiny. I bet you could probably make lace. Okay, point down. Go up next to the warp thread I'm supposed to be coming on top of next. Repeat. This is a tight row. And like, I've noticed that like the black beads, it's harder. I think the white had more open space. I think the holes were bigger on my white beads than black. And finish shouldn't make a difference, but it's the friction of the thread against the finish of the bead that's making the difference here. And these are all matte beads, so of course, like, I'd be having an easier time if I'd chosen an opaque color or a shinier finish, you know, one that wasn't sandblasted. And this was literally the only gray I had that contrasted with the other three colors. So that's why I chose this gray versus any other gray I had, because this is the right color, but it was the wrong finish. I would have chosen an opaque finish if I had one, but I don't. I just like matte finishes, which are great for some things and not so great for others, basically. Try a tin hook with that. I don't know. I don't know what the number gauges mean versus millimeters. I like millimeters. You know, sizing with beadwork is really where I absolutely prefer the metric system versus any other system of counting or measuring. Okay, I've got another row of gray. 2, 3, 4. Oh, hold on. I check it. Don't blame me. Yeah. 5, 6, 7. Because I have literally only crocheted once outside of beads, and it was a donut, and it was a Michael's kit. And I don't even have the practice crochet hook anymore. I destashed it. Because, you know, nobody in my family knits or crochets that I'm aware of. Or nobody in my family taught my mother to knit or crochet, or my mother never taught me to knit or crochet. And then, like, I didn't encounter any other family members that knew how. So, like, when I found fiber arts, it was through beads. And it stayed that way. And then I've translated everything through beads. What's up, Theory? Hello! Ugh. Okay, so you're using Paul's account. Okay. Oh, so my therapist is leaning more towards BPD, but at least she went above depression. True, that's good. And also said it's too early to tell. It's only the first appointment, but I know it's ADHD. Been dealing with it my whole life. I just have to wait for it to be clear to her. Gotcha. I don't know. And it'll take time. So, like, go through the whole process, babe. This is my sister, by the way, guys. Sharing her exciting news of having correct medications, or at least correct for now medications, and happy, productive therapy. Our family does not believe in therapy, by the way. They also don't believe in mental illnesses, or, you know, like a difficult life, because, you know, we've experienced crap the whole time. We were not the privileged children, my little sister and I. Hair crochet. Hi, Lil Red. We were talking about bead crochet. I guess I should probably, like, show examples of the bead crochet I have in progress, because, yeah. And also, Prince, you're welcome to link the piece you just finished, magically, single bead crochet with an invisible join. How the hell did you do that? Size 10 is 1.3 millimeter. Ooh, that's too big. That's too big for size 11s for sure. It might be okay for, like, 8s and for, I'm just gonna go. Is that a hollow row? Yeah, that's a good row. That might be okay for like size 8s and 6s, but I don't think it would be great for 11s for sure. Get through. Ha! Good enough. Okay. Like I said, there's a lot of thread in these beads. I am surprised I haven't busted a single bead this whole project. Knock on wood, this is actually wood. Bead crochet. Ooh, I can regular crochet in it, but haven't tried anything with beads. Yeah, I don't usually deter people away, but like if you're new to beading, I would absolutely tell you not to bead crochet. But you know, if you're adventurous, I'm not gonna stop you. See, this is all the beads I decided I gave up on, and I didn't care anymore. Like I didn't want to finish it. I don't want to finish this project, but it's on the list. It's in progress, therefore. All right. Subtheory. Pretty sure BPD is even more rare than ADHD, so I feel like it went 0 to 100 real quick. Oh, dude. The symptoms of BPD are super scary because I have looked at a lot of them, and it's like just reading a lot of it resonates with me, but also like I like to be a hypochondriac and think I have everything. So I totally understand, and I have read really, really in depth on a lot of BPD, and I don't know, like I haven't really known you as an adult, so like I can't vouch, I can't say for sure, you know, but parts of it do line up with parts of what I know about you as a human. But like all mental illnesses all feel like fortune cookies, and they all feel like horoscopes, you know, and you can make them fit what's happening in your life. You know, that's my personal like, why is this so confusing? So like, just give it time. You know, just give it time. Don't force it, you know, force diagnosis yourself, and don't let her force you into something that doesn't feel right either, you know. Yeah, this is my bead crochet. Prince. Oh, if you want size 12 for that starts at, that's a 1. Oh, wait. 12 is going smaller, so the bigger the crochet hook number, the smaller the millimeters. But like that also depends on what brand you're using too, right? Because my tulip, actually I think it's in the box that had this. My tulip is a number 6, but it's a 1 millimeter tip. So like that has to vary by brand. Unless you're talking clover. Are you talking clover? You might be talking clover. Lil Red. The most adventurous I've been crochet-wise has been teeny tiny dime-sized amigurumi turtle. Oh, that's amazing. That's so cute. My whole reason of getting back into bead crochet in the first place is I want to make a beaded amigurumi. And I don't mean an amigurumi with beads, like for eyes or something. I mean every stitch is beads amigurumi. Arms, legs, tail, etc., wings, I don't know, what have you. I haven't decided on the amigurumi in the end, but I need to get good at single bead crochet first before I single crochet anything into a sculpture. And the reason is they don't exist. Beaded amigurumis don't exist. Bead crochet amigurumis fully beaded with limbs and appendages and heads and tails and details, like it's not fully beaded out there that I can find. Let me disclaimer, I can't find it. That doesn't mean it does not exist or that it has not been, you know, it could exist but not on the internet, you know. Sounds interesting. Maddening, but interesting. Maddening. You've explained my entire beading philosophy. Can I do it with beads? That's it. That's literally all I care about. Can I do it with beads? And this one actually came from IXO because I was doing the art trade with Elisa Milan, who might still be in chat. I don't know. Because our agreement was I will make her a beaded turtwig, which I did, which was 8 hours of work, $120. And she did 8 hours of work for me for this digital painting that you guys can't even see, but it's over there, I promise. And she sent me the print and she sent me sticker and stuff. But like, I made a beaded turtwig. Like, this was my first 3D Pokemon. Like, I've done a lot of 2D Pokemon, a lot of pixel art, a lot of recreating in-game actual pixel art, a lot of coming up with some of my own, but I've never 3-dimensionally made a Pokemon before. And so I did for the first time, and here, let me show you. While I was researching and trying to figure out the right shapes and how to make, you know, this three-dimensional, I ended up going with peyote stitch, by the way, because peyote is king. I'm looking for Turtwig. Where are you at? Animal Turtwig. I had two versions. I'll show you version 1, and I'll show you the version she ended up with. And I did really great, actually. I'm very proud of myself. Pat on back. But during this process, Ixo was like, could you just do a beaded amigurumi? Because he knows jack diddly squat about beads, and he's kept it that way on purpose so that he can push me beyond my boundaries into stuff that I don't know if it's possible. Hence this, and hence beaded amigurumi. So this is working up towards beaded amigurumi. It's been like half a year at this point that I'm like progressing. Anyway, I digress. Turtwig looks like this. This is first Turtwig. So I made 3D triangular head based off of like the mouse that Ksenia Beads does, because she does a lot of 3D beaded sculptures. And then I made a square body and little stumpy legs and his little leaf. So there's back, there's the side. There's a little snoot and boop it a snoot. I dare you, boop it a snoot. His nostrils are obviously not properly spaced, so I fixed that in the second version. But they're the little stumpity legs. These are the funnest part of the whole project. And this one has a home now too, but it was the first one I made. And he's crawling in my plants. He's so cute. Look at it. You don't put the geranium slowly fading from bloom. He wants the leaf. He's going to eat it. He's going to eat the leaf. These pictures are so cute. I love taking them. I also have lots of plants, if you guys can't tell. So you see all these little fraying bits and stuff. That's something that should be burnt away with the lighter. But yeah. So that was him. Oh. There he is. There he is. I don't think I got a video of the second one. Anyway, yeah. And then, oh, that's version 1. Version 2. I saw a follow. Tweety, welcome. Thank you for beating my friend. Welcome to the beatbox. Was it the Turtwig? Was the Turtwig the reason for the follow? And then here are the side-by-side comparisons of the two. This was the second one I made. Slightly more accurate colors. Made entirely of delicas instead of 11s. I preferred the first one. Elisa liked the second one. But look, his nostrils are actually properly spaced apart. And so she ended up with this dude. They both took 8 hours each, I promise. Like, they're slightly different sizes because of the beads. Yeah. Didn't have a lot of pictures of the second dude. But turtle back ride. Piggyback ride. Anyway, yeah, so I made it twice. But because of that project, that just little earworm in stuck in my head of Ixo saying, can you make it out of beaded amigurumi Turtwig? You know, I don't want to do a Turtwig now because I have no real close affinity for him. I like Chimchar and Piplup better, but like, I don't play Pokemon at all. Sacrilege. But I want to do an amigurumi of some sort, strictly out of beads. That would be fun. 0.75 millimeter hook. Yes, that would work great for 11s. I don't necessarily have to make my amigurumi out of 11s. I could make them out of 8s. I'm going to do a coin purse next, so instead of in the round, like this, I'm just going to make bead caps and connect it and bracelet and put a chain on it and done. Like, I'm tired of it. I don't care anymore. I learned how to single crochet from this project, and that was the purpose of this piece. The next piece is for me to increase flat. So I'm going to make a coin purse, just a circular coin purse. So I can increase properly as needed, but also pre-string the pattern properly. So there are plenty of instructions out there for bead crochet purses. And like Ann Benson has an entire book about bead crochet tapestries and stuff. So like I have that one digitally. Can you tell I like Ann Benson from this stream? I think you can. She's my hero. If I had to name one beading hero, mine is Ann Benson. And nobody's heard of her, but that's okay. Okay, where are we at? Oh yeah, I was gonna test fit the bracelet. So I'm leaving this on. This is all the dominoes I have right now. Here's all of them that I've made so far for the bracelet. And I'm taking it off the loom, and it's perfectly fine. You can take things off the loom and you can put it back on and retighten. I need to test fit the size before I try to attach the other half of the snap. I should have done this first last time before tying off my thread. Was my squish mushroom jelly boy fun to make? He was absolutely fun to make. Like, look at him. Look at him. You squish. Squish him. Squish boy. Do you like him? Like, I know he's huge, but it was just kind of a practice thing for me. I kind of want to make earrings of just straight hanging down jelly tentacles. I don't know if I want to make like a mushroom jellyfish earrings, but I know I want to at least make jellyfish earrings for my own ear wires. These ear wires. Boop. They're niobium, so they are hypoallergenic for me, for my ears. I want to see how they function and work properly before offering them as an upgrade for customers who are allergic to stuff, Looks like it's gonna move. He's swimming away. First time chat from One Jade Zombie. Hello, I've come from miscellaneous raid and needed to eat dinner and one or two other personal things. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming in and saying hello post raid. Welcome in. I am doing well. I hope you are doing well as well. I've gotten to the point in stream where I'm just like nonstop chatty for no reason. Yeah. It's like people talking about beads. Yes, excite much. Okay. I was taking this off the loom. Here, let's zoom out. Ah! Fuck you. Swing arm. We're not playing that game. Don't you dare fall. I can't tighten it any further, and it hates my guts. Yes, I know I put a camera on you instead of a webcam. I'm sorry, but you have to lift the additional weight. I've been cursing at it all day. I've been cursing at it for weeks, but like it's not super serious yet. It's just playful cursing. Eventually, I will have to get a heavier duty swing arm that can hold a camera horizontal, lens facing down for long periods of time without like succumbing to the weight. Okay, so this is what we got. I'm leaving the thread on. This is my working thread in case I have to add more beads, which I should have done last time. I shouldn't have put the clasp on. So theoretically, these are fine. This is just what's holding it on the loom at this point. Some theory. I loves him. He's cute. A tip, if you don't want him to look so goofy, is sewing the tentacles together at the bottom so he don't be so grabby. Fair. But like if it's earrings, it's gonna get catch in my hair anyway, so it's gonna grab regardless. I'd rather just the tentacles stay loose. But I just made yours move just so I could like get a feel for it, like a movement jellyfish. I'm gonna have mine hang straight down. I just want to see what they look like different. Yours was also practice, but it was also your birthday present. So happy birthday, sister. Oh, it's last month at this point. I was very late. But Dad's birthday should be in like 2 days. 2 days for Dad's birthday. And we can shout to the sky and say, happy birthday, Dad. Yeah, so theoretically it goes in a circle and these ends will be off. And I want this to just at least fit me. If it fits me, it'll fit a good variety of people. if it doesn't even fit me, then it will fit very, very few people. So, like, I'm not there yet. Like, I want this to have some wiggle room. Like, technically, if I stretched it really tight, I still wouldn't be there. Like, it not happening. It not happening. Like, if I got really up close and personal with it and just, like, super made it fit, you know, I don't want it to be so tight. I know what happens when loom work is tight. I have fixed what happens when loom work is tight. She wanted it smaller. Then I had to make it bigger again. But that's okay. Yeah, she was a great customer. Loved that piece. But I don't like loom work to be tight because I've seen what happens and I have to fix it anyway. So I need to add another at least 6 before it gets like comfy. But like pretend that there's a clasp on here. And this is what your bracelet looks like. Just this nonsense. Like, can you imagine wearing this? Like, isn't that so ridiculous? I love it so much. It's so dumb. I couldn't ever, like, I can get away with it with you guys, but I don't know that I could get away with it in public in general. Just be like, look at my flashy wrist cuff thing. So I need more dominoes, basically. But I'm not making those on stream today. I've learned that for this project, the limit I can make on stream is 3. But, yeah, so this, I have the clasp together so I don't lose the other half of the snap, but this half of the snap will go under here. And it does take forever to sew it on to the underside because these beads are full of thread. And it will go on just like that. Snap. And then once it's on, theoretically, and it actually fits, you should be able to just position the dominoes to actually look like they're going in a full circle instead of like, yeah, I don't know. But this is what the piece looks like. It's a very harlequin looking piece, you know. This is also my high school colors, but like it's also very classic. So, you know, super fun. I'm very glad I went with the snap idea. I like this a lot better than like the button closure because you get a lot closer to a full circle this way. I don't know, I'm very happy with it. But also, it's not done yet. And I've got some work and I've got some hours and I wanted to be done with it today. I knew it wasn't going to happen on stream. I can still like strive to finish it today, but in all likelihood it's going to be tomorrow. Maybe Thursday. Oh, Thursday's not likely. Thursday seems busy already at this point. So tomorrow or Friday. God, it's been a whole nother week on one piece. Oh, something. I go full cosplay in public, bro. Meat suits are our personal avatars, and it appalls me that no one is really customizing that shit. Yeah. I don't know, but like, what would I do? Who would I even be like? Who would wear this, like, character-wise? Ms. Womble. That's who. Not even. Somebody more centric than Miss Womble. My high school English teacher. Okay. Yeah. Now I have to get this back on, tighten it back up, split it in 4 and 4. Tight. Oh, wait. Get this one on the other side. Nope. Screw you too, loom. Come on. I do not have the courage to wear this in public. I might like wear it for an art walk or something, like that's fine, but like just straight up to the grocery store, I don't know that I could. I have people who would buy it from me that would. I don't know who they are, but like, this kind of thing really sells for me. Like, a lot of my ridiculous beadwork has like its own, it has its own niche that it appeals to. And they're not always people I know, but sometimes they are. Trying to get it tight, but not like so super tight that this like causes damage to the beads here, because I'm worried about that. But just tight enough to where I can weave on the side when I add more dominoes. And I need to add at least 6. Okay. Bah. Sub theory. Me, Edward. All my cosplays don't even figuratively exist. Create characters in my head. Complain them or composition them. And then amuse smirk as people try to guess. I see. You would. You're like that little vindictive shit, just like me. You were related. Cosplay them, got you. I'd wear the stuffing out of... Would you really, Prince? Just like, I'm not quite old enough to where I have the chutzpah to really just go for it. But like, I know that I will be when I'm like elderly, so... Already can wife hanging out lurking here. Figured I would say hello as I work on dinner and other stuff. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you. I'm very alliterative, so yeah. Oh man, Prince. You would rock it. Rock it. I'd be a little intimidated, but like I would rock it. The earrings are definitely gonna sell first. They're gonna go like that, you know. But the bracelet will stick around. If I end up making a necklace, you know, that'll sell. Not as fast as the earrings, but you know, it'll sell. And then this will find its, you know, very eccentric person eventually. Don't even ask me how much I'm going to charge for it, because I don't even want to count the number right now, because it's a lot of hundreds. A lot of hundreds. You're welcome. Thank you. Enjoy your dinner and other stuff. Enjoy your dinner and other stuff. And I appreciate you stopping by. Sub theory. Oh, well, I stopped giving a shit about what other people think a long ass time ago. This is me. Like, what do I think of wearing this piece? You know, around the time I left Ryan. Oh, geez. I wonder why that was. Yeah, we all have to set our boundaries and our own expectations for our own lives eventually. So I'm very happy, very glad. I'm making Middle Eastern. I did read that as Eastern, right? Chicken dinner, skewer for dinner. Ooh, yes. Okay, I read it right, and then like my eyes corrected it, and then I was confused. Jeez, I cannot type. It's okay. I blubber after 4 hours of stream, and I'm going on 5. But I've also reached the stopping point that I intended to reach at the start of this stream, because there's no way I'm weaving more. Like, this would be like a stinking 12-hour stream if I tried to make all the dominoes. And no, it would be more like 18 hours, because if it took me 5 hours to get 3 dominoes done, then it would take me 3 hours, another 15 hours total to get 9 dominoes done, and then I'd still have to do the class, and that, no. No. It would be an 18-hour stream, and I am not here for that. I need sleep. That being said, I can finish it a lot faster off stream, because that's always how it goes, right? Yeah, that's how it goes. I'm a technical writer. You would think I could type. You know, we have plenty of technical writers in the community, and they all have typos too. You do not feel bad for that. Abby from NCIS would wear that. Yeah, probably. So would Miss Frizzle. Sub theory. There's your answer. Someone could cosplay Domino and wear that piece as a literal statement to the name. But if that were the case, I would have had to use green instead of white. I mean, red. I love Domino, though. She's great. Domino's great. Domino's one of those that every time I see her cosplayed, I'm like, yeah, you rocked that. That's amazing. I wanted to play a cosplay Beatrix from Final Fantasy IX, but I eventually realized I wasn't ever going to put in the effort to sew that outfit. Just wasn't going to happen. Okay, need to lurk. Enjoy. Nah, the meaning doesn't have to be green. True. You just got it on your face, right? Domino! I'm going for abstract meanings and stuff. Okay. I am tired of talking, honestly. I have out-talked myself today. Who is live? Do we have any beaters live today? Like, I don't see any in my list right now, but like, just out there in the ether, undiscovered. Let's find a beater. Can we wish them into existence? We're good at that sometimes. You've been going for a while. Yeah, I started a little early too, because it was just like, all right, time to get ready for stream. And then I didn't even post to Instagram because, like, who the hell sees it anyway? I don't care. I'm going live. You guys can already stumble across me, and plenty of people did. So, yay, more success. Raids are more successful than Instagram any day. Just saying. Just saying. Oh, look, a beater. It's me. We're gonna get lucky. I haven't reached the end of the list yet. Got a lot of gunplay today. Various fiber arties. Been going. Yeah, I have been going for a long time. But it kind of makes up a little bit for last night because I did not stream last night. Just was not in the right mood. Don't always let that stop me, but like there are days where you just don't stream. Alright, I'm gonna default. I'm gonna go to the Teal Appeal, which I've taken you guys there a few times. She's super fun and creative and inventive to hang out with, so let us go spend our evening with the Teal Appeal. I will lurk there. You guys are welcome to head out if you need to, but let's go over there. Thank you for beating here today and for beating my friend and all the new follows and all the bits earlier and the hype train earlier. Oh my gosh, guys, for subbing and kazooing and bitsing and I didn't expect a hype train. Thank you. Yeah, this piece will hopefully be done by the end of the week. Check the Discord for updates. Check the website for when I list it. Because after all that work, you bet people are going to be like, I want a Domino bracelet. And that's the first thing that comes up. Not really. But, like, my website has good SEO. So, compared to social media, yeah. It'll be in the listing there somewhere. And I'm going to pin it all over the place. So, you know, the Pinterest herpes will maybe eventually do backlinks to my website so you can purchase it. That was a sentence, wasn't it? Alright, thank you everybody for beating here, and I will bead you later. I might do a glow stream to make up for yesterday at some point. Don't know if I feel it. But other than that, I'll see you next Tuesday. And Toodles.
Come with me on a creative
Vanishing Pearl, hi everybody, welcome in.